This is just, and it actually shows.
Norena, everyone.
Get up.
Morning.
Yes, it's Friday, which is a good thing. After a busy week for everyone, my one of my right hands at my office, Anita Anderson, she's just alerted me that her 7-year-old's just got COVID and she's at home for seven days. So I think we live in a time of bit of change, but it's glad to see we've got the key players here all participating. So welcome to day 2 of hearing 19 associated with the special purpose airport zone and the special purpose hospital zone. So we heard from the staff reporting panel yesterday, Ashley, Lauren and Jacob, so welcome back. And also Richard, appreciate your involvement in these hearings as they go along as well. So today we're hearing from Hole on for the airport company, and then from Te Kauhitanga and later in the morning. So that's the program. So I think you're first up, Howell.
Very good. And yeah, morena all. So maybe, Mr. Chair, shall I start off with the hospital, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah, right, as opposed to the airport, and we'll move on to the airport yeah, after that. So maybe it's worth providing a high-level overview. I know the DHB has provided some written evidence on the noise provisions, but largely beyond that hasn't been really active in the wider plan until now, and obviously focused on the hospital zone. So maybe a little bit of background in terms of the the submission and how the concept plan, as it originally was framed, was sort of developed. So back in 2017, the notion of this concept plan emerged, and as time has moved on, obviously, with the national planning standards coming into play, the sort of the framework for that in terms of the special purpose zone, and then the precinct plans have kicked in. So it's kind of evolved into that terminology, but in essence, it's the same principle. At the time in 2017, there was a kind of site-wide master plan exercise undertaken by some architects. That was Warren and Mahoney. And that was in relation to the works at the time that were going on with Project Monga Stage 1, which looked to build some the acute services building, which is now constructed. And I think that was in about 2014. The next stage, which now is under construction, called Project Monga 2, was part of that master plan as well. So it really focused on consolidating the acute and emergency services activities and buildings in that sort of northeastern corner of the site or around there. So they yeah, that's been obviously just continuing on. Apologies, I'm getting some distractions with various things popping up, which I'll shut off. So yeah,
I'm wondering whether you've got a series of plans at the back of your evidence. Would it be helpful to sort of talk to us with those plans up so we can orientate things? Will certainly help me.
Yeah, for sure.
You see them on screen?
No.
Or you just got that? Yeah.
I've got something else on screen, so let's see how the screen.
So,
I think it's there's some plans right at the back.
Okay.
I think,
thought
yeah,
we-
those plans, I think, are Project Monga 2, which is now under construction. But yeah, there'll be a good basis for talking through some things, I think.
Yes. Maybe this one here, and perhaps zoom it out a bit. Well, good. So just keep talking to us. Will, I'm looking at these plans as you're talking.
Yep, fantastic.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the building in blue there is Project Monga Stage 2, inclusive of the helicopter pad. So as I said, that is under construction now, and Stage 1, as we're looking at the plan, is just above Stage 2. So it's referenced acute services building.
Yes.
So that's already been constructed.
Yes.
So as I said, the DHB really looking for efficiencies in terms of how the site overall is used. So it's about ultimately, I think, saving lives, time between transferring between different areas of the hospital, including those patients coming in via helicopter. And there was or still is a landing pad that's just out of that plan at the moment. That was or is currently used, but again, that's a great example of how it wasn't overly efficient in terms of the time needed to transport people from that site to the actual operating theaters and emergency service units.
Oh,
So
is that actually on that pad on the top of the roof of that
it
building?
is.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that just on Stage 2 there, that was subject to obviously a resource consent process under the operative plan. It didn't actually trigger any consents under the proposed plan, because only limited rules do have legal effect at the time of writing. But I think that was a really good example, and I've alluded to this in my evidence, that the operative plan now didn't have a kind of fit for purpose zoning for the site. I think it was business B from memory, which really wasn't set up to consider hospital kind of related activities. So I think that for a building of that scale, the triggers from memory were the exceedance in height. There were some landscaping requirements. The parking didn't trigger, but I think there were some earthworks triggers as well. So it just did show that the operative plan wasn't really fit for purpose.
Yes.
There are a number of other developments on the site, and Julie, if you could maybe just pop up to the to that plan you had up before. It was a small aerial. I'm sorry. It's in the body of the evidence. Oh, next one up. And one more again, I think. Sorry, it had to be the last one, didn't it? There we go. So maybe just a high level overview of what's actually happening on the site. Project Monga Stage 2 is what I've annotated there as the NEWB, or NEWB, the new East Wing building, which is under construction. We also have the renal center, which is under construction at the moment. So that is in an area that's been fairly recently purchased by the DHB, and it's actually a pole building above the ground, and that site goes into a sort of big hollow. Other things that are occurring at the site at the moment is the energy center. So a resource consent has been obtained for that. The Linac Center, which is a repurposing of an existing building. So the Linac Center being a cancer center. And there's also what I've annotated there is the health facility, again, the repurposing of some old buildings. So there's quite a lot going on at the site. I mean, some of these things weren't programmed to be done as quickly as they are, but I mean that is subject to funding being available, and if the funding's available, obviously, then you know, the accelerator goes down to get those underway. But that's really a high level overview. Some of the older buildings on the site will be demolished in time and not necessarily fit for purpose now. And that gradually will occur over, you know, the next sort of 10 plus years, as the case may be. But you know, the general theme is there will be a consolidation of those acute and emergency facilities in that area of Project Monga 2 and the new East Wing building. And again, you know, really looking for efficiencies across the site in terms of ultimately saving lives. So that's really where, you know, where the hospital is at a high level. In terms of, or maybe worth touching on some of the health reforms, and I don't know, you know, many of the details on that, but obviously there are some changes occurring under the health reforms. Obviously there are, you know, at the moment some COVID constraints as well, and it's taken a lot of focus at the moment. But I think generally, you know, hopefully the RMA reform, or sorry, the reforms, the health reforms, as well as the RMA reforms will, I would say, hopefully give a better representation of health services under the RMA. Because I, you know, going through this process, I actually do think it is a sort of activity that's underrepresented in terms of the overall RMA framework. Because, you know, when you look at the whole sort of purpose of the RMA under Section 5, it's about health, well-being. They're certainly there, but as you filter downstream, it kind of loses a lot of substance, I think. So, for example, the Taranaki RPS doesn't really address hospital sites. It references infrastructure of regional importance, but I don't think hospitals would benefit from that definition. And so, you know, it's really important that the district plan provides that substance to give effect to the higher order documents, and namely, you know, top of the tree being Section 5. So yeah, that's just an observation, I guess, as I've worked through it.
Al, just on that point, we had a discussion yesterday with the staff team. I don't think you were listening in yesterday.
I wasn't, unfortunately, no.
Yeah.
Dealing with a few other things, but yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, so that was around back in the day, and this is an experience I had. I actually helped the Hawke's Bay Regional Hospital in Hastings with a designation, which went into the operative district plan over here. And since then, there's been a couple of things happened. The area health boards came along, and Hastings reviewed its district plan, and I wasn't involved in any of that, but looking back at the history, the area health boards aren't designating or requiring authorities now, so they don't have the benefit of the, you know, what would normally be a requiring authority designation process, which could use the outline plan process, which is more focused on you know, particularly delivering these important regional infrastructure items. With the amalgamation of DHBs into one national organisation, we could well see those powers restored, depending on whether designations as a whole come through in the new act, when and if. I'm still using the if, I suppose, but if it sounds like we will be getting a new act. So my question really is around, does this special purpose zone with the precinct plan and the right, or from your client's point of view, the right sort of debtors policies and rules, essentially be like a designation with the appropriate guidance around conditions. Does this deliver the same sort of outcome?
I think it does, in short. I mean, if there was a designation on the site, there's not enough detail for a lot of these things that may emerge to provide for it in this designation. So you would require, I think, an outline plan process which would detail, what you need to detail in terms of mitigation and other things. So I think you can liken that to a sort of a designation. Obviously, one of the big differences is arguably the notification aspect to it. But I think if, as long as the special purpose zone and hospital zone provides sufficient detail and direction in terms of what it's trying to achieve, as well as the activity status and the matters that you consider, and then it can be quite focused, and I think it is focused to be quite an enabling tool, shall we say. So yeah, while there are differences, and my view is that the designation tool is probably a more powerful RMA tool or lever to pull. I think the special purpose zone does provide for similar outcomes overall.
Okay. Thanks for that, Howell.
Maybe dealing with the actual evidence, and I should say as well, when I mentioned the 2000, when we started this process in 2017, there was a lot of dialogue with council as well. So it's, council has certainly worked together with council and the council officers in terms of generating what we see today. So that really results in my evidence not actually seeking a huge lot of changes, and with it is a good level of agreement with the officer recommendations. There are, I think, about 3 matters, I think, which I address in evidence and seek amendments to. Firstly, it's in relation actually to the general industrial zone, which is on one of the boundaries, and that's the figure we've got up there now is a great example where we've got the purple area, which is the industrial zone. So what the relief I've sought is just a reference to the special purpose hospital zone as being one of those things you've got to think about in a reverse sensitivity context. So that's in policy 8 of the general industrial zone. So at the moment, the special purpose zones aren't referenced in that. So, but I think that would be an appropriate thing to consider, especially in terms of a hospital site. The second point was related.
Just before you carry on there, a question for Lauren and Ashley. That industrial zone, we've had hearings for that. Were you involved in that, or?
I wasn't.
No, and I think we've already had the right to reply for that.
Correct.
So we'd have to catch this up somehow, wouldn't we?
Yeah, it would have to be considered in that sweep up hearing, I imagine.
Oh, okay, so just relying, I suppose, on the staff team to have that long list of sweep up matters recorded. So perhaps add that to the list. Thank you. Yep, carry on.
And then the second point was around the heights for some of the zones. I know Mr. Bain has done an assessment, and I've had a look at that evidence, which really provides for higher buildings within the central sort of confines of the site. I'm generalizing there, obviously, but that's the essence of it. But I think when you overlay what's actually consented for the new East Wing building, it does exceed those heights that's on those on the advice of Mr. Bain. I've recommended, I guess, a couple of options, but one I think option that I probably would prefer is similar to how the concept plan visualizes stage 1. It's just a grayed out area in that it has been constructed. It is kind of what it is. I think if we leave this sort of area over Project Monga stage 2, it may introduce some confusion and complexity about how people read that plan, where you've got heights, but then the building exceeds those heights. So yeah, that was my sort of second recommendation, and thirdly, it wasn't a recommendation, but just a comment on the definitions. I think the responses in the Section 42A report really do address all the concerns. I think the submission from the hospital has been well received, and a lot of those clarifications, ancillary activities have been included or recommended to be included, which overall, are required for a functioning hospital and healthcare site.
Thank you. Richard, I see you've popped up. Do you have some comments on that? Speaker on, I think.
Yep. Sorry. Yes. I have met with Ashley, and we have discussed this. And the height plan that I prepared was done before Project Manga was consented. So my view is, and Ashley, I guess we'll deal with this in your right of reply. My view is that what Hal's asking for makes complete sense. So I don't have any issue with that.
Great. Thank you. Kit, did you have any questions on Hal's evidence?
I do. Thank you. How are you, Hal? Happy Friday.
Yeah, thank you. Very good. Thank you.
Just a couple of queries. The request for an I was reading with interest to your evidence about this reverse sensitivity issue, and I was sort of scratching my head, and then you sort of landed on this slight tweak to a policy in the general industrial zone, which I think is quite an elegant solution. Do you satisfied that the Health Board's submission has got scope to make that amendment?
I'm just looking at my evidence, and I think I do.
What was your submission? What's your submitter number? Remind me.
Oh, my apologies. I've got too many bits of paper.
425. I've got it. 425.
425. Yeah.
I just want to just join the dots while I'm.
Yep.
I can. Where are we? Original submissions. 425. R21 precinct map sign.
Yeah, as I'm going through the submission, the primary submission, I can't see a direct reference to the industrial zone. Obviously, broadly, the hospital does look or address reverse sensitivity effects in the hospital zone, which also, from memory, kind of reference the adjacent land. But yeah, in terms of, rather than me fluff around with paper, that's might be something I just need to come back with.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep,
I don't.
that's a
Yeah.
fair point.
We're learning that the way the summary of submissions has been prepared has been very specific by way of chapter. Which is logical, but what I think it is demonstrating to us is that those submissions that sort of go across the plan and potentially touch a number of different chapters are sort of potentially getting missed along the way. This would be one of those. I mean, having said that, it may be that it's a relatively benign amendment, but the lawyer in me would say that it doesn't matter that it's benign. It's got to be lawful. So look, if you want to sort of join the dots and give us a little bit of a comment on that, that would be helpful.
Yep, great.
The other thing I was just thinking about was the concept plan, and I'm just interested in the way the concept plan works with the precinct standard number 1, because that's the one that allocates height limits per the areas that have been color coded. And your suggestion to us is that, for example, we remove area B from that. So that would require a consequential removal of the area B from standard 1. Is that right?
Yeah, the principle of that. Now, area B, I haven't got that plan. Oh, just bear with me. Sorry.
Well, if you just flick back through your evidence, I think it might be in there, is it?
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, I've got a copy. I think the key thing is making sure that, you know, the actual footprint of stage 2 is fully within that area. I think the illustration or the precinct map, obviously it's got some what I would call blended colors where there is some overlay. So provided stage 2 was fully contained within area B, then yes, that could drop out.
The other question I've got is, what is the height limit for all those areas on the site not shown as areas for development?
It's 8 meters, which I think is set in
I
standard
get you.
1.
All
Yeah.
other areas. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'd missed that. I had seen that before and then I didn't pick it up. Okay. So
I think,
yeah.
Sorry, just maybe to take that on a bit. Look, I mean, 8 meters also, I mean, there's also standards around height in relation to boundary as well as setbacks. So it's not as if you could build 8 meters at the boundary.
Oh,
so
yeah,
to
I
speak.
get it.
Yeah.
I understand how that works. So what, so I guess the question we've got is, at the moment, it seems that the concept, the precinct map with standard 1 is trying to address both future opportunity for building height as well as existing. And I think that by trying to do both, it might be getting a bit complicated. Do you think it's better that it be very specific about the areas where height has already been developed, and then that becomes the height limit for that area? And that includes, for example, the new building where you would specify what the height that has been approved for that, where that is shown. And then for those areas that are not going to be developed, they have the existing height limits? Or am I just making this more complicated than it needs to be?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it along those lines. I think my reference to Project Monga 2 is that we've got an actual consented building with a confirmed height. I think for the other areas where we've got, you know, buildings that may exceed, you know, those heights specified, I think that is what it is. I think what we've got here is a forward-looking plan, what we want in the future. So
ideally, we really just we only want those areas where we anticipate redevelopment on the site within the life of the plan, and to be then specifying the height limits that might apply within those areas, and then just leave everything else per the aerial photograph subject to the 8 meter limit, or otherwise by way of authorized consent for that building which exists at the time. Yep. Okay. Could I ask you to liaise with the council to make sure that's what the plan shows?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm happy if the council and Richard want to jump in and have a, because there may be a reason it looks like it is that I've missed, but it seems to me that events have sort of overtaken the preparation of the markings on the plan. Richard, can you take your mute off, mate?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes,
Yep.
Particularly Project Monga Stage 2, which
okay.
you know, is underway and has a specific consent and known heights.
Okay. All right.
So just raising the height of area B to the height that's consented, I think is what Hal you're asking for. Is that correct?
I think either a raising of the height or just a kind of a non-color as we've got stage one.
Right.
So you
Yep.
know you're not apportioning a specific height to it because it's
Yeah.
already built. Yeah.
Yeah, well, from my end, I guess it doesn't matter either way. I guess it's a matter for the planners, whatever suits them best.
Yeah, I guess the slight issue, I guess that raises is that by the look of it, even though we've got this white dashed line which identifies growth zone, area B is not coextensive with that, and nor is it coextensive with the footprint of the stage 2 building. I mean, to some extent, does it matter? I mean, if we're going to have this as a forward-looking plan, knowing that building is consented, why don't we get rid of area B? I don't know. I mean, look, it's just food for thought. I think we just want to make sure this is as clear and as consistent as possible.
I mean, personally, like I wouldn't, provided, as I said before, the footprints match up, then I wouldn't have a major problem in removing, you know, area B from the concept plan because it is already constructed.
Okay, well, look, I'll let you guys sort that out. If you want to have a conversation, all we want is to have the most current and consistent provisions. Okay. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about, have you had a chance to review Ms. Bellamy's evidence on behalf of Te Kotahitanga?
I have, yep.
Okay. Have you had a chance to have a chat to your client, and are you in a position to offer a position on what the health board might say to the suggested changes proposed there? I mean, as I see them, they are essentially a new objective, an inclusion of multi-purpose activities in compatible in the list of compatible activities, and then some other notes within the policy provisions. I mean, bearing in mind that the site is under the control of the health board and nothing will happen there without its approval, do you perceive that making those amendments is going to cause any problems?
So I haven't specifically talked to the health board, excuse me, about the evidence and what's being sought. More generally, look, I think, you know, there's a clear, what I can see is a clear, you know, working relationship with you know, the Māori Health sort of governance entities and the DHB. So they certainly work together for good health outcomes. So there is a you know, a kind of collaborative sort of approach that's sort of in place there. I think, you know, when I put my planning lens over it, I, you know, agree, Kit, that you know, it is a site that's kind of owned and controlled by the DHB. So there's that you know, ability to sort of manage actually what goes on the site. And look, the sentiment of what the evidence is seeking is generally agreed with. You know, that's on my behalf. I guess the one caveat to that is, you know, as a putting my planning lens on it, I mean, the zone at an objective level is focused on the hospital and health outcomes at an objective level. And I think, you know, if objectives of that, the nature that Ms. Bellamy is seeking, come into the hospital zone and our airport zone as well, is those sorts of, you know, zones that if that features, it starts to, I think, get a bit disjointed in terms of the overall coverage across the wider plan. So, you know, should you be applying that same logic across the entire plan, or is, you know, the sort of cultural provisions in the strategic directions and the sites of significance to Māori, that overlay everything, are they the more appropriate mechanism? So, the sentiment is there, and certainly, I'm not disagreeing with that. And in terms of the encouragement of the Mataranga Māori, in terms of the encourage or provide for, well, again, look, I think they are good outcomes and things, but so at a policy level, personally very, very comfortable with that. I'm not quite so sure it sits at that objective level for this specific zone.
All right.
Hopefully that was a bit of a ramble, sorry, but hopefully
No,
that
well,
makes
I'll put you on the
sense.
spot. So, that's good. Yeah, I take the point. I summarized the answer. No real issue in principle, but is it necessary given the way the plan is multi-layered and is to be read as one document anyway? So yeah, and I think you're right. That's a point that's going to be a pivot point for us in a lot of these issues. And bearing in mind that our strategic directions around the provision and the plan for tangata whenua are intended to ensure a real hardwiring of these provisions throughout the plan and all of the management of resources. It comes down to whether we think we've achieved that at the strategic level enough, or whether we do need to keep repeating it throughout the lower order chapters. So, but and that's something we've got to have a think about. But appreciate your evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Kit. Howell, I don't have any further questions on the hospital. We've traversed all of the key issues. Thank you. So shall we move on to the airport special purpose zone evidence?
Indeed, I'll just shuffle a few papers. Right, so yeah, the airport zone, again, I may give a very high level overview, and I won't repeat some of the evidence that's previously been relayed in terms of the runway realignment, contours, master plan, that sort of thing, because I think both obviously been party to that evidence through other chapters. I think the airport zone, that is the chapter that provides that enabling element to the airport and other activities as well, non-airport activities as well, whereas in the past the evidence has been in a reverse sensitivity context. We've talked about, or I've given evidence on that realignment, and obviously that would be subject to a separate and standalone process, possibly probably rather a notice of requirement to alter the existing designation to provide for that any future runway realignment. So really, yeah, as I said, like it's focused on the enablement of airport activities and other activities that may occur in the airport zone as well. I'll maybe touch on my understanding of, well, not understanding, but recognition of the cultural significance of the site. And obviously, I'm not an expert in any way on cultural matters, but from what I know of the site, quite clearly it is a very, very significant site to Puketapu, and I think we've certainly seen that recognised in Te Hono and that process, and just to make the comment that personally I've been involved in that process. And I know many of the Beca team have also been involved and have learned an awful lot through that, and really have benefited from going through that co-design process. So yeah, a really, really powerful process, I think, and it really has achieved some really good outcomes. I won't touch on the cultural significance, because it's as I said, like it's not my place to do that, but I think, Kit, as we've just talked about, in relation to the hospital zone, there is similar relief being sought in terms of the airport zone. And I think one comment I would make on the airport side is which maybe differs to the hospital zone is clearly, we've got some significant sites identified with spatial layers on the airport zone, which, if you're, not that it's a comparison in any way, but, as a planner, my reading of that would elevate the importance of the airport zone compared to the hospital zone, for example, because of the plethora of sites on there and the amount of features on there in a cultural sense. Again, I would probably come back to the objective of the zone itself and whether those cultural layers are provided for elsewhere. But again, coming back to the purpose of that zone, and that's probably something that the whole plan is dealing with in terms of its whole construct. Again, I may as well touch on the Mātauranga Māori in terms of the policy. Again, I don't really have an issue with the relief being sought. Is it encourage or provide for that? I think provide for does impart a stronger requirement, so it kind of requires you to do something as opposed to encourage, which is quite loose. But I think we've seen, through Te Hono and other processes that there is that collaboration, I guess, in terms of how Māori and the airport or Puketapu rather have worked together. So the sentiment of that, I fully support and I'm on board with. Maybe the moving on from sort of the cultural side of things, maybe the key thing maybe that pops out of the airport zone evidence is the retailing aspect or the non-airport activities, and there is this sort of future development areas that's identified in the plan, in the precinct plan, and really the guts of my evidence was saying that while the airport doesn't know what it wants to accommodate there is the potential for things to be accommodated, but it's certainly not looking to establish sort of big box retail or large format. So linking into the centers hierarchy and the strategic directions there, I think something can still be provided for in that sort of integrated retail space that's not at odds with that hierarchy. I guess my evidence is saying rather than a non-compliant activity for integrated retail activity, I think a discretionary activity is appropriate that allows an assessment of those effects at that time, which would include, the consideration of those strategic directions and the centre's hierarchy. But again, I think, very high level, it is a good measure of agreement with the officer report and where the officer report is landing in terms of its assessment of the submissions by the airport, and acknowledging, as we know, there are limitations in the scope of what the airport can seek, as we've discussed in previous hearings. But yeah, fundamentally, look, not seeking any major changes. Sorry, that's my summary.
Thanks, Howell. We'll kick off again with Kit. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for that. In the airport submission, it sought that Rule 13, Māori purpose activities, be moved to be a permitted activity in all areas of the precinct. The council have recommended that the full range of activities that would be considered Māori purpose activities might not be appropriate as permitted, and they've sought to differentiate Rule R13 and R2 to effectively identify those Māori purpose activities which would be okay and those that wouldn't. Are you satisfied that those recommendations there are satisfactory for allowing the what I expect to be the arts and cultural centres, cultural education and research, Māori cultural activities being appropriate at the site?
Yeah, I am, and I think the officer report does that provides a good balance, I guess, and I think Ms. Bellamy in her evidence also concludes that it's an appropriate sort of outcome. So I'm comfortable with it. Certainly, the intent from the airport, and I agree with this, is that Puketapu have a place there. And those activities should be enabled, obviously balancing the operational needs of the airport, but certainly the sentiment is there, and I think it's appropriate.
Yeah, just thinking how that is provided for, do you think precinct rule R2, which broadly defines multi-purpose activities and then identifies the exclusions from it, is enough by itself, and that we could do away with R13 on the basis that the multi-purpose activities, which are not otherwise shown as permitted in R2, would come as a default non-complying under R18?
Yep,
or does it matter?
Look, I think it could be either way.
Yeah, okay.
I can see that. I mean, they're both non-compliant, as a consequence. So, look, I don't think it really matters.
All right.
How it's constructed.
Yeah. Okay. Probably just a drafting issue more than anything. And I see your evidence quite clearly looks at the different range of activities that would otherwise fall within business service, commercial service, and integrated retail, and sort of moves back slightly from what the submission sought, which was their absolute adoption as discretionary, and you've sought to identify the core elements of those activities that you consider might be appropriate as discretionary, with those that are otherwise not within the definition defaulting to non-complying. So I understand your reasoning around that. We had an interesting discussion yesterday about the role of the designation that applies to the site and its interrelationship with these zoning provisions, because obviously the whole site is designated as aerodrome with no conditions attached to it. So to some extent, all of the activities that might normally be associated with an aerodrome are already authorized by designation. And so it didn't sort of dawn on me until I was going home later that then sort of begs the question, what's the point of all of these permitted activity rules that actually cover the core element of the designation, which is an aerodrome? I mean, obviously you will need zoning provisions for those activities that would fall out the normal notion of an aerodrome. But why are we creating all of these permitted activities that are potentially going to conflict with or create a different expectation to what is otherwise enabled by the designation?
Yeah, I think, I see them as very two different things. I mean, the designation is obviously the spot zoning, but you still need that underlying zoning anyway. I think at the moment it's zoned rural, and as we're seeing with the national planning standards, there is an airport zone spatial layer that applies. So I think it is kind of appropriate to apply that zone to the site. I think, I agree. Like if there is a kind of an aerodrome activity, then it is provided for by the designation, and there's no conditions attached to that. But also if there's an activity being undertaken by the airport that's not consistent with
I get that.
Then and obviously if anyone else beyond the airport applies for something, then that would need an appropriate zoning as well. But yeah, look, I think the zone itself, I mean, what I would say is it broad brushes, some of those sort of airport activities, and doesn't go into too much detail on that. So rule one is airport activities and operationally focused. I honestly haven't turned my mind to, if the airport was proposing to do an airport activity, is it a benefit of using the district plan as opposed to the designation?
Yeah, I mean, if you follow that line of thinking, then it leads you to what the permitted activity standards are, and the only standard is building height, which sets the maximum building height. So you ask the question, if the requiring authority could potentially just lodge an outline plan of works for a building of whatever height it wanted, even if it didn't meet the standard here, and the reporting officer would say, well, oh look, that's a discretionary activity because you've defaulted under the standard, and the requiring authority could say no, because we don't have to comply with that rule because we've got a designation. And then you sort of end up with this sort of clash of cultures to some extent. Look, that's the way the plan's been served up. I mean, I don't know whether I'm going to lose too much sleep over it, given that it's one site controlled by the council, which is going to be developed in concert with key stakeholders and mana whenua as well anyway. So maybe I'm just being overly literal and academic about the whole thing.
The other thing I would comment in that vein is, the precinct plan rules and standards are for the zone, but obviously there's a number of district-wide provisions that kick in as well. So like the earthworks, the SASMs, there's a whole raft of things which might and probably would change the consenting framework as well. So that's another layer that you'd probably consider in that context.
Just picking that up, I think you perhaps missed the point. If you've got a designated site with a very broad definition, aerodrome purposes, with no conditions, all those other district plan provisions don't apply. You can the airport authority can do what they want. And the only control is they need to put an outline plan in, or your client would, and there's some matters to cover, and then you get to choose as the requiring authority whether you accept that or not. And in this circumstance, that's the issue. This came up for us when we sat on the Christchurch replacement district plan hearings after post-earthquake, and all of the education facilities all over Christchurch were designated, but they had this very specific zone as well. And that was supported by Ministry of Education, supported by the planners there, and as decision makers, we just shrugged our shoulders and says, well, does it matter? There's actually these two choices to go down. Ultimately, in terms of redevelopment, all of the clients that I have, and I have a number of them with designations, will always go to the designation route, the outline plans aren't publicly notified, just between the requiring authority and the council. So I think that's where we're heading with this. So just whether that assists, or you have any views on that?
I don't really. I mean, the tool is what the tool is in terms of the designation, and it enables what it enables. So, I think they are different tools. And I agree. If you were looking to do something that was consistent with the purpose of the designation and within the confines, you would typically go down the designation route. So, yeah, I mean, but you probably need an underlying zone below the designation anyway, but what the content of that is. what the purpose of that is. Yeah.
Well, that's well, obviously you'd need an underlying zone that makes provision for those activities that are not otherwise contemplated by the aerodrome designation, because they would have to go down the RMA path. But everything else, yeah, I mean, even if you submit an outline plan of work, all it needs to include is the height, shape, and bulk of the work, location, likely finished contour, vehicle access, landscaping, any other matters to remedy, avoid, or mitigate adverse effects on the environment. So there's not even a requirement to contemplate objectives and policies or anything like that. So yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum. All right. Well, I don't think we can. We've been served this up. I think as long as all parties are aware that there is a designating power that potentially the requiring authority can wield in future development, that doesn't necessarily require it to pay attention to the objectives and policies and the other provisions, provided all parties are cognizant of that, then I think that's the best we can do. It will still apply to everything else that doesn't fall within the designation. So it still has relevance, and it's still important. And I think it still needs a policy framework attached to it. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't have any other questions on your evidence. I think that's all very clear. And yep, thanks, Hal.
Well, I have a couple of follow-up questions. Or one follow-up question about that topic. I noticed in your evidence that it looks to be contemplated that the future runway realignment planning authorization will be done by a variation to the designation.
Yeah, that's the way I, without, and the caveat to that being we haven't had a good look into that process, but my gut would be that you would look to alter that designation, but I couldn't see that going through as a minor alteration, so it would be effectively a notice of requirement to alter it. Yeah.
And that would be notified under 168 or 171, one of those of the Act, and with that you'd expect it to be publicly notified, obviously.
I would expect that. Yeah, certainly in terms of the noise contours and the impacts there, and for other reasons, but that would be the expectation. Yep.
Yes, and it would. And is your experience that when you look at a notice or an alteration of designation, you need to put forward the proper suite of effects reports and expertise around the matters, including neighbour issues around noise and tangata whenua values, those sorts of things?
Absolutely. I mean, I think what we've got here in terms of the current designation is an historic designation, an old one, and as we can see, there's no conditions to that, as many of those older ones are. I think new designations these days obviously go through a slightly more rigorous, or not slightly, but a more rigorous process, certainly around the mitigation and the effects. So all those effects would need to be considered and fully assessed in what I would think would be a call it a meaty process or a chunky process. Yeah.
Okay. And just for the record, I think that is a rollover designation that was rolled over from the previous plan. There were no submissions.
No. And
there were no conditions asked for. So as part of that decision-making process, there was no ability to put conditions on the initial. And we have heard that. We have heard that hearing as part of hearing 3. Ms. Byrne was reporting officer on that. All right, so that's that topic. The second topic is around just how the precinct plan works in relation to the rules. And this is a question, I suppose, looking across both of the precincts we have in front of us in this hearing, the hospital one and the airport one. In the hospital one, there's a permitted activity rule PREC2R3 has this in accordance term.
Mm.
Can you see that? The activity is in accordance.
Yep.
So firstly, what's your planning opinion about what that means? When you look at a precinct plan, do you have to be exactly with any project or development or change of use within the precinct? What does it actually mean as a permitted activity rule to you?
Well, when I read that in accordance, number one is kind of the activities. Are they consistent with the zone? But then also there's these areas or these height areas. So, it's essentially a permitted activity rule that says if you're in accordance with those things, then you are permitted. In those. For those activities. Where you're not, then you obviously bump into restricted discretionary.
But when you look at the precinct plan, this relates to the precinct map, doesn't it? This rule.
Yes, that number one there. Yep.
The activities actually shown on the precinct map, or is it?
Well, no, the activities are not. It's just really the building heights, isn't it?
Yes. So when you say in accordance with the precinct map, what does that actually mean?
Well, I read that to say it's in the context of that plan. It's about the heights of those buildings that are going to be erected in those locations.
So that's the only control, provided whatever you do is within the height limit. Is that an open zone then?
Well, I think you also have part two of that rule then that looks to the effect standards as well.
Which is height. Are there any other effect standards that apply?
There's is the setbacks,
the
landscaping from memory.
Yes, but back to the activities. There is some guidance about what's in the policies about what activities are envisaged, and there's some definitions that flow through. And I suppose we are only talking about helicopter facilities, including helicopter takeoff and associated fuel and service facilities, medical and health services, so major health activities. So you're constrained by the rule titles, aren't you?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the link. Yep.
Sorry, Stephen, but picking up on that, we don't see that same sort of formula used in the airport precinct.
That's where I was going next.
Yeah, sorry. I'll shut up. You keep going, because I think you've got a good point that potentially that first limb is redundant.
Yes.
In the hospital precincts, anyway.
Yes, and then we don't have the same provisions in the associated airport precinct rules, do we? General aviation activities only relate to the effect standards in that special purpose zone. Can you see that? It's PREC1R3.
Yeah, I can see that. Yep.
Okay, so there's really just an effectiveness of the rule and a consistency, which we probably do need to hear back from the Section 42A officers, because these precincts apply to the port, major facility zones, these precinct plans, others. So just I think I'm using this Q&A just to draw out perhaps an issue that's be interested in your thoughts on, which I've got them on the hospital one, and but really to highlight an issue for the staff to think through from a effectiveness of the role and the consistency perspective. Anything else to add, Al?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. My last question is about this. What do we call it? The future. There's an area on the precinct plan relating to future activities. It's a yellow hash. I don't have the plan handy at the moment. Sorry. Julie, could you bring up that precinct plan for us to have a look at? Probably from the 42A.
Okay, thank you.
It's page 11 of the appendix 1 for the airport. Yep, great, thank you. So it's that yellow hashed area, isn't it? We're talking about, it's called future development area.
Yep.
And you talked to us about, that's probably looking at or allowing some retail, commercial type activities. That's its intention.
Yes.
Yes. We've also got a submission, and we're hearing from a landowner, the Hibbles, who are talking to us in the rezoning hearing, looking for a commercial zone on the area Q structure plan in the area that's identified for some sort of commercial centre on the area Q structure plan. So that's just down the road on Airport Drive. So having done quite a background personally in airport planning around the country, airports are always keen to have commercial activities around about them. The classic example is service stations that can provide a retail offering and also being around about the airport, servicing rental cars, returns, and those sorts of things. So from in planning terms, seeing that in the area Q structure plan, there's an area down the road identified for a commercial centre of some description in this area, which looks to be, I don't know what the area is, perhaps the staff could remind me. Yeah, it's just really around the centres hierarchy you talked about, and whether in fact there's a need, or whether it matters whether there's two potential commercial service areas in a very close proximity from a planning perspective.
Yeah, I think it's hard to sort of, provide a clear sort of opinion on it without knowing exactly what activities, number one, will be proposed at the airport, but also in the area Q hub. I think, quite clearly there is a strategic directions framework about this centre's hierarchy, and I think, at the point of anything occurring or proposed to occur, it would just have to assess what that framework would be at that time, because there's nothing sort of locked in as such now. So it would just have to be, my view, assessed on the merits of the application at that time, in terms of what's proposed and whether they can work in tandem or they're in conflict with each other. But
yes,
it's hard to preempt that.
So no one's asked, as far as I know, for that to be taken out or changed. That's in Kit's words, this has come to us, and so would any, is your read that would any commercial development area will need to come through by way of a resource consent under the precinct plan?
It depends what it is, I guess, in terms of the different sort of activities that are proposed. Certainly, and I'll refer to maybe there's a table in my evidence which I will grab. So it's at paragraph 58 of my evidence, although that is the policy sort of steer of what is compatible, what may be compatible and what's not. So certainly the green and orange columns are things that could be established, with the green potentially establishing as of right. But the orange, including retail activities on the land side, and the future development area, visitor accommodation, entertainment, all those things, plus the others, would need to go through a resource consent process.
I'm just finding that, because I'm flicking back between the council's evidence or Fortitude report. So what page was that on?
Sorry, very unhelpfully.
On screen now.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Thanks, Julie.
Yes. So this is just in relation to the policy. So what's the rule framework that drives development in that future area?
There's a suite of sort of outright discretionary activities, and then a number of non-compliant activities all throughout the rules. So for example, if we look at rules 10 to 18, so they list all the non-compliant activities, essentially at supermarkets, big box,
Okay.
those commercial activities, whereas all the others, yeah.
But visitor accommodation, entertainment, hospitality, general retail, airport retail, they could come forward as in the future development area as a discretionary activity. So motels, service stations, those sorts of things, could they come forward as a discretionary activity
Yes.
in that area? And that's, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's a service area, and that's been planned for, and no one's opposing that. That certainly does provide let's say a business opportunity for the airport to provide those services. So I was just really interested in how that's, again, from a planning point of view and for the staff, is that area, seen as working in tandem with the Area Q commercial area, and again, just an idea from the staff, when you do your right to reply, the areas that are involved in those two commercial locations in that area would be interesting.
Okay.
But that's all I have.
Studying planning.
Certainly appreciate your evidence. Was there any follow-up from you, Kit, before we move on? Okay, right. Thank you for your assistance, and best of luck with the future plan. We did. But one other thing I'll say is, when we spoke to Todd Whitaker yesterday about this, we had a future urban zone right to reply. We did the connection for the airport between the future urban zone, which is zone, obviously, zone R, the structure plan areas, which we've had a separate hearing on, which just completed, this zone around the designation, the precinct areas. They're all interrelated for the airport, and along with noise, earthworks, those sorts of things. So we did talk about probably maybe it's in the sweep up, just some sort of we've got a sweep up and an integration hearing right at the end hole. So I've signaled that because of the the future planning for the airport being, important obviously for the district and for the council and for the airport company. Some sort of integration of all those matters coming together at the end is going to be of assistance. So I thought I'd just mention that before we sign off. And you've got some work you're doing for us on the structure plan areas.
It's the rural
Rural,
provisions, yeah. So that is very much underway, and the council officer is actually corroborating some of the additional residential calculations. So we're just making sure we're on the same page and have got agreement before we send it through.
Great.
And there is some legal subs will be through as well on scope kit, which I think that's due as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Noel.
Cheers.
We are now moving on to Casey, I think.
Commissioner, before we move on, Ms. Marco forwarded 2 video links that Mr. Kipper would like to speak to.
Yes.
We had a quick test this morning and we can't share through Zoom and get the sound and the images. So if you were of a mind to take a short break, I could email you those links so you could
Yes.
view those videos.
Yes.
They're less than 5 minutes each.
Yes. Let's take a break now. Are you happy with that?
Yep.
And just we'll take a morning break now and come back at 10:30. Thank you. Thank you. So we do have those videos now. So Casey, are you leading the charge here? Yep.
Yeah, morning, commissioners. So yes, today we have 3 speakers plus myself. So up first, I believe, will be Rangi Keeper, and he'll be presenting on behalf of Te Kotaitanga, and he played an influential role in the development of Te Hono, the new airport terminal there. And then we have Fern Brand presenting on behalf of Puketapu Hapu, and Julie Healy presenting on behalf of Ngāti Te Whiti Hapu. And so I'll be up last once everybody else has presented.
Thank you, Casey. And in terms of the videos, do you want us to look at those first, or have you had a look at them, Kit? Have you?
I've just started. I've just got into the first one.
Yes. So would you like us? I'm just thinking about the effectiveness of what you'd like to do. Should we? If we play them on our own screens, no one else is going to see them, will they, Julie? No. What do you think, Casey? Or should we just look at those after the evidence, which we can certainly do?
Yeah, I think so. And then I think Rangi will speak to we'll speak
Right.
to that side of
Okay.
things.
Thank you. And Rangi, welcome to the hearing. Good morning, and Morena.
Morena. I actually think that Fern is supposed to take the charge. So
Fern first.
yes.
Hello, Fern. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm a bit like an octave or 2 lower,
Oh, no.
but I'm feeling much better in the head at least.
Oh, that's the main thing. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
good to see you.
good to see you again. So yeah, interesting corridor. Once again, we find ourselves back online. But so the airport zone, I guess I'm just here to talk today through my experience and Puketapu's experience, I guess with our relationship to the whenua on that area, and the relationship that Puketapu have with the airport in its current form, I guess. And then I'll get into a bit more of our experience and what we've achieved and where we'd like to go. But I think in Casey's evidence on page 13, it quite well sets out in brief at least the history of this whenua, including the confiscation in 1964. soon after which the airport as it sits was built. And unsure what Rangi will speak to, but he's a lot more eloquent with his words and perhaps might touch on that also, but I'll leave it to Casey to establish that. So, so through that process, they used several of our sites. I guess the worst, the biggest being Puketapu Park itself, to level and form the base of what is now the runway and runway environs. And so what that means is that a lot of the features, I guess, are no longer distinguishable. Some of them are lost forever, and a lot of them we know were there can no longer be traced. Perhaps that's because it's under the runway itself. But it also means that there are taonga, there are bones, there's middens, there's all sorts of artifacts that can be and are throughout the environs on the entire site, as it was used as full. So and so since that happened, I guess Puketapu have largely not been on the site at all. It's been repurposed as an airport, and that it has remained so to this day. And it wasn't until really in 2015 when we were approached with a 2 centimetre thick master plan and an offer of a PO in the corner for a terminal redevelopment that we were invited back on. And that includes, I think, is it Puketapu Way? I can't remember the name of it. It was supposed to provide us access to Puketapu Para, what was left of it, and the two urupa that are designated there. And again, that key wasn't forthcoming, and it was quite difficult to do so. And so it's only been recently that we've actually received the key to do that. And so when the redevelopment was initiated, it was very much how would you call it? Oh, sorry, children. it was very much a decorative in its sort of purpose. And on the journey since then, obviously now it's been, well, I was pregnant with my son and he turns 6 next week, so it's been a journey and a half. And again, Rangi will testament to that. But it wasn't easy. It took a very long time. It took I'm not sure how much detail to get into. No, it took a long time, and it took a lot of fighting. It took a lot of repeating. It took a lot of validation, and it wasn't until probably halfway through the design process that we actually felt we no longer needed to validate our presence. So what we have today is testament, I guess, to our input and the value that we bring to the table. And so for us, it's much more than just, I guess, artwork and form, although for us that is a visual embodiment of ourselves, seeing ourselves in our own landscape. But it's also it's that te ahi ka, so it's being back on the whenua. It's a reconnection to the whenua, which is for me at least, and through that process, as significant as the end product, it being what it is. So, but out of that whole process, we managed to build some really strong relationships, and some really key opportunities have come from that. Some of them are commercially sensitive, so I probably won't get into some detail, but some of those are obviously that presence back on the site. But Tātai, we did have a retail opportunity inside. Unfortunately, COVID put paid to that, but the opportunity still exists. Access to our park and sites, and we are striving and in discussions around joint management of those reserves and sites. There are new lands also under discussion around how they are managed going forward. Representation on the airport board itself of Paperere Rangi e Puketapu Hapu Limited. And also along that lines as professional development in the directorship, and also working with the walkway. So working with the MPDC and the airport and others, again, through that walkway to provide provisions for further protections and restoration of some of those sites. Again, never before had we had any opportunity to do such. So of those opportunities, what we're striving for is a reconnection, but also a little bit of self-autonomy and just involvement in the better decision-making going forward with how those environments look. I mean, it's interesting hearing the discussion around designations versus a special purpose zone, policies and provisions. And for me, I guess the key difference to those, one sounds like it's optional. The other one, if they chose to go down that route, is a bit of a heavy hammer. So for us, it's those relationships that we've formed to date. But again, those relationships and those opportunities rely on personalities remaining in place or following through with those discussions. And so for us, being as we are a trust, should our personalities rotate as it is designed to do to share the load, then what happens to those relationships? And again, conversely, if management or key decision makers rotate or move on, then what happens to those discussions and those agreements? A lot in part rely on individuals' capacity and understanding and willingness to participate in those conversations. And so for us, I think we'd like to, as much as possible, secure some of those triggers and some of those provisions. And regardless if it's under a special purpose zone versus a designation, at least it is a very clear indication to those who are making those decisions and who are having those conversations what is expected. And should they take the delegation or the designation route, then they'd have to have a very good reason for that. And I think I would at least hope we'd had a very good discussion around that prior to that happening. And that potentially is at risk of relationships.
And just one of the things would be worth having a quick chat about the designation process. If there is an alteration of designation, my own experience, and that's why I was asking some questions about, what that process might look at. Currently, the designation is rolled over, it doesn't have any conditions on it, and has got a very broad purpose. So you heard that discussion, I think. Any alteration of designation, given what's already in the plan around the SASMs and the policies and those sort of things, will have a big influence on any alteration of designation that comes forward for decision making. And so I don't think you should be fearsome about that process, but there's a planning process that would be gone through that would certainly need to involve Puketapu and Ngāti Te Whiti in terms of preparing for that and being involved in that. So didn't want to paint it too black in terms of the position as it is now. Future going forward to implement a new runway under a new designation would need to be very thorough, certainly if it was coming near any decision makers like Kit and I.
Yeah, understood that. I did have a bit of a sidebar conversation around that designation versus zone provisions, having not heard that conversation to date. And certainly we would, I guess in hindsight, I'm not sure on the timing of that last rollover, but anything going forward, we certainly will be involved as a submitter or as an engagement. yeah, it's didn't understand, I guess, fully the differences or the priority each held. I guess where I was headed with that was just, yeah, it does need to provide rather than encourage for our engagement and involvement going forward in anything that happens on that particular area. I mean, we have had early precinct discussions. Having said that, there's been nothing lately. I know there has been work done, but we've not been involved. So I would like to, yeah, pick up that, just sort of solidify, I guess, our expectations around when and how and what we are involved in going forward. Currently, we are utilising mechanisms such as the walkway and potential for runway realignments and things like that through land acquisition in order to protect what is left. And then we'll be working on restoration and enhancement of what is left. And so I guess our focus is in that area at the moment. Having said that, we'll be well, those there's about 5 different conversations happening at different levels at any one time. So we're all working on the issue, not just myself. But I guess
just on that, Fern, I think it's good to have a a bit of a back and forth chat. We were very lucky, the panel, to have the tour that Sarah Mako organised with us, with Sean and Te Poye Campbell and Anaru. And one of the most fascinating parts of that was Anaru taking us to the gate that he now had a key for, to actually even get down to the Puketapu site. And then things just, that unfortunately Kit couldn't come to that meeting. So this is why it's so important that you do give us this korero for our decision making about this. But certainly the walkway extension through to Wairua seemed to have got burst of energy and some funding to get moving with. So that was a key issue. So I do want to understand whether the precinct plan identifies that or needs to identify anything along that. So there's a question going along the way, but certainly Anaru had, with his I think his son and some nephews, had cleared a way for us to get actually walk through the power site and get to the coast, which was incredibly fantastic experience. We worked a weekend to do that. So just for the record, I think, and just making the connection through from what you're saying to what we've seen is important. And we do have a minute, I think it's minute 22, which records what we'd seen and what we'd done there. So perhaps Casey, when you pick it up, just having a chat about those future projects in relation to this current precinct plan for the airport that's in front of us would be good. So sorry to interrupt, Fern, but I thought that was important to make that connection.
Sorry, kids do not understand. It's so good. Yeah, no, it is important to have that corridor, and I guess there's and just in my short history and involved in this particular corridor on this particular site, there's been a lot happen in the last, say, 8 years, and trying to distill that into a concise and sort of easily to understand and impactful corridor is incredibly difficult. So I apologize if I ramble. I'm just like, what is it? What would you like to hear that would be of most impact to you? Because I could talk all day on this matter once I get heated up. But I guess, I mean, there are several things happening here. I mean, we do have the history to it, but we've also got all of the work and all of the great things that have come out of our engagement, but none of that was given to us at all, and by no means. We've worked for every single part of it, and for now, I think it's about sustaining that. It's about securing that for the future and for future generations. Having a really clear understanding, because once again, in previous evidence, I've mentioned, you know, some hard lessons, and again, this is no different. There have been some very hard lessons. But again, how do you sustain that and secure that for the future? Because you've got an understanding, you think it's one way, but once again, there's nothing actually, and you only find out until after the fact that there's nothing secure in that for the future. And so, I guess involving ourselves in these sorts of mechanisms and these hearings and these conversations is where we're trying to actually influence at the strategic level in order to allow everybody to move forward together. So that's what we're doing. I have three more points just to make, and they're probably more examples of anything else. One would be, there are a few items on page 16, I think it is, of Casey Bellamy's evidence under section I, lack of recognition and cultural values. And so it goes in things like, obviously it's silent on tangata whenua related matters, but also policy AIRZ P4 seeks to ensure that where it is impractical to avoid adverse effects on cultural, spiritual, or historic values and interests or associations with Puketapu Hapu, and on the ability to protect, maintain, or enhance sites, that it'll be remedied or mitigated. And for me, an example for that would be the potential runway realignment or extension. And so the process we've been through to date was quite extensive in my mind. It's quite traumatic too, to be fair. Around, I think there was 7 or 8 options of just what might be possible in that I guess scenario examples, and they included extensions either way, one way, both ways. If you extend that runway at all, it impacts directly on sites of significance, including where my entire family is buried, and it's a very active urupa. Why does that keep happening? But also on directly further impacts on Puketapu Pa itself and other sites, including the urupa on that area. And so we went through a exercise where we sat through the very technical and detailed explanation on how those sites might be removed whole scale, how they might be infilled, the waterways completely culverted or bridged over, and the runway extended in order to provide scenario outcomes versus a realignment, which was at great cost. And in every other example, it was, of course, feasible or manageable or possible, and probably everybody else's preference to completely wipe us from that landscape. And so it was very, very hard to sit through and listen to, regardless if it was scenario or not. But at the end of it, it's a matter of millions of dollars. And so should it be deemed, what does it say? If it's impractical to avoid those adverse effects, then what are we looking at? And so for me, terms like that freak me out, because it opens the door for that sort of wholesale destruction. And that would be my worst case scenario, of course. And yes, we have been involved in conversations to date, but for me, that means I understand the difference between the two options. And it still freaks me out. So those sorts of things, for me, when you talk about designations and what they could potentially do should they choose to, because it's impractical to avoid those adverse effects, isn't good enough. And I think if that ever came to be in this scenario, I think I don't want to be dramatic, but I think we'd actually probably be mobilised to do something about it. So, so that would be one of my examples on how zoning and or designations would allow for something like that. That for us was just intolerable, given the damage and the history to date. I've got another example. Okay, I think in C it's got minimise adverse effects on natural features, sites of significance, coastal environment, indigenous vegetation, water bodies, archaeological sites and scheduled features. And so I was involved in a renewal of the bird control permissions. And they wanted a blanket permission to kill any and all wildlife that might wander onto the runway, and understood obviously that human safety and livelihood, or safety, I would leave it at that, is at stake. However, they had almost 10 years or more of written evidence on the type bird species, how often, its behaviour, and what would result in fatal control. And I think it was restricted to maybe 3 bird species. And it was certain seasonal behaviours, and they would scare it away. There was a raft of other things that they would do. Having said that, the Waongana and the Mangaoraka are rife with life. They are in a degraded state, and so when we do our restoration, I do believe that their life will be enhanced. Having said that, all of those water birds and fowl species are not of the behaviour. They don't tend to hang out in fields, and they don't want to be around avgas. And yet, should one happen to wander across the runway once, it was okay for some zealot to go out and shoot it. And that's true for kiwi. If a kiwi should find itself on the runway, they had permission to kill it. So, so we insisted that actually those permissions be based on historic data and detail around what is most likely, with the proviso that should there be a significant taonga species that continued to be a pest and it was recorded as such, then yeah, if there needed to be either a catch and release scenario, or should it need to be dealt with, then it would be done in conversation with us, and we'd understand that of course human life is at stake, and we would follow through with that knowingly. So it's that we want permission to kill everything just in case we need to, which of course they gave me assurances that the person doing that wouldn't be out to go duck hunting on the weekend type thing. But again, there's no other mechanisms controlling it, and it was all down to that person and their take on the situation. And so all we wanted was actually some criteria and a scenario around that, and we had very clear records around which species and how often it actually occurred. So for us, our blanket permissions was unacceptable, and so that went through as such. It was it's controlled, and we've never actually had to deal with any other bird species outside of those 3. So again, there's no reason to go all in with no conversation going forward, considering our focus on the environment and the local context of significance. So, and the only other one was the sensitivities to homesteads. So when this all went through in 1964, and then I think it was done by 1968, at the time no consideration was made for homesteads in the area, and we still have homesteads who are on the same site, generational, 3 or 4 generations later, and they still have no consideration made for them on the adverse effects that the airport has made directly on their lives over generations. And we're currently putting a walkway past them at the moment, and they're suffering infill subdivision around them who have actually gone out of the way to be nasty to them. So we're trying to do what we can to actually look out for our whānau. We're designing the walkway to give them as much privacy as we can, and to stay away from them as we can, as they do they do treasure their privacy. But they still have had no acknowledgement and no love from the council whatsoever after generations of asking for it. They haven't been silent on it around the adverse effects that the airport has had on it. And this still remains to this day silent on the matter. So, you know, there's a lot more to it than that. I mean, early days, we were looking at possibilities for the airport and potential runway extensions and things like that, talking about the Reza at the end of the airport runway. And I was asked by an engineer why we would choose to live and bury our dead around an airport. I think he was just about lynched by his own pack. And he very soon realised his mistake when, you know, actually no, we were built on pond by the airport. And it remains to this day, and sort of the attitude is continued forward by some. Yes, I'll acknowledge how, and many of the design team have come a long way, and we have worked very closely and been very generous, I guess, with that corridor. And you can see visibly when they start to understand and that learning journey begins for them. A lot of people have no idea about the landscape, and I guess that's where Te Hono begins to tell it in a visible format. People can't miss it. And it's something that actually brings their attention to the fact that there are people here and they remain here. We have been there for thousands of years. So yeah, for me, I think the airport zone is an airport. We acknowledge that it's going to be an airport for some time unless the runway situation prevents that. And we as a hapu have accepted that we need to work with the airport company and with the council in order to maintain our connection and to renew our connection and maintain that going forward. And so we just want to get as much support as we can from the governing bodies, the legislation, those designations, and all of those processes that feed into those, in order to help us do that, really. So yeah, sorry, I have rambled. I realised that. Questions?
I'll see if Kit has any questions, but Fern, you know, what you're talking about, we gleaned quite a lot of that from that site visit. And as I said before, Kit's sitting on this important hearing, and I wouldn't apologise for laying that sort of context in front of us to help with our deliberations on this. So Kit, did you have any questions for Fern?
I didn't have any questions, but I really enjoyed listening to you, and you didn't ramble.
You're very nice, thank you.
Thank you, Fern, and assume you'll listen in for the rest of the corridor. So thank you very much again for appearing before us.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yes. Casey, are we on to Rangi now? Okay.
Tēnā tātou, ko Rangi ki patoa kuingoa. I tupu mai ai I runga I tētahi o ngā pātahi o Poketapu o Te Atiawa, ko ngā puki tūrua tērā. My name's Rangi. I grew up on the Ngā Puki Tūrua site, which is an old and ancient pa of Poketapu and Te Atiawa. Not far, as the crow flies, not far from the airport, probably a K and a bit away. So I suppose I'm not a planner. I don't have any particular inclination to want to talk to any planning issues, but I want to drive my conversation, and I'd like this presentation to be a conversation between us and the commissioners, because my aspiration today is to try and unpack, hopefully try and unpack some of and expose our community's conventions and realities, and hopefully try and unpack some of your ideas about that what we have at present is what has always existed, because the reality for Taranaki Māori is, and I think I've been listening to, and I've dialed into a number of the other hearings as well, is that it seems to be that a lot of the conversation is based upon the idea that the present reality and experiences that we've got of our people in Taranaki here is that we aspire for it to stay in the present state that it's in. And if we go back to the reality that we lived in before the whole of Taranaki was confiscated of our people, we remember what that was like. We remember the authority and autonomy that we had as a people and control that we had over our own.
Take your time, Rangi. That's
You know,
that's fine. We listen carefully.
Yeah. The control and autonomy and authority that we exercised over our own lives. So I kind of struggle with the idea of, I struggle with the language that's been used. I commonly hear terms like culture and mātauranga Māori used to describe our people, our way of life, our thinking, our value systems. And I think they're really poor examples and language to use that might describe the width and breadth of the diversity of expression and lived reality of our people. It's kind of like seeking to talk about the diversity of Te Ao Pākehā of New Zealand by simply using the term rugby and farming to somehow think that might adequately describe the width and breadth of our lived reality. So I suppose one of the things that I would like to do is to try to describe to you the gravity of the decisions that you will make as commissioners, not only in these particular Māori purpose zones, but actually right across the board, across the whole plan. Because if we were to use the co-design example of the airport, when we started that process with Becca and with the council, the overarching need from our people was for us to be visible again. And it's difficult to describe to people what it looks like to be invisible.
Yeah.
So if we go back to talking about our communities, when our people talk and introduce themselves within our normal conventions, we describe our geographic landmarks, we describe our awa, our puke, the maunga, all of the areas that have been environmental indicators, environmental realities that have shaped our people over 40 plus generations. And so when our people talk about who we are, when we stand up as individuals and when we stand up as body corporates, as hapu or as iwi, we describe ourselves by describing the environment, because that's what's shaped us over a millennia or longer. And so for a community that's been settled in a colonial process and And in our peculiar example in Taranaki, where all of the land around the maunga was confiscated, and you sever the relationship, the ownership, the authority of how those resources get used, exploited, compartmentalized, commodified, that it becomes really problematic for our community, and the disease that you see prevalent, whether they're social diseases or physical diseases, are all a product of separating us away from our environment and separating us away from control over our lives. So the co-design process is just one of the ways in which we try to, I suppose the easiest term to use is to decolonize our experience. And so it's one of the pathways that we're trying to use to give effect to placing us back in the landscape again, even though we may not physically own it. At least we're not erased. We're not erased, because like if you talk about our people, when our people look at the landscape, when we're not forced to live in a Pākehā world, actually our view of the landscape is much different. So we've got a Māori cartographic perspective on the whenua that's not driven by legal boundaries, it's not driven by roads or any of these zones. They're actually driven by relationships, by specific water bodies, by specific geographic features, by ancestral relationships between kinship groups. So growing up in Taranaki, growing up in Waitara, it wasn't until I was probably in my 20s that I started to realize that I started to have the tools to recognize that I had an experience and a worldview, a Pākehā worldview of my place in this land and of this land that I'd grown up with in the education system. And then I had an ancestral Māori worldview as well. And I struggled to reconcile the difference between the two of them. And that's actually because it's problematic to try and reconcile them because of what's happened here. So, I've spent probably a good part of my life being involved with reviving cultural practices that seek to give and restore our cultural sensibilities that have been damaged by the colonial process. So, and most of those are cultural practices. They include whakairo, tāmoko, our seafaring traditions, maurako, all of those things that you can see that in the last 30 years have been revived and have given identifiable and measurable experiences and well-being back to our community. And simply it's because they're restorative actions. They restore and dismantle the colonial, I suppose, dismantling that's happened to us. So if we were to talk about the power of co-design, the benefits of co-design, what it offers us is an opportunity to help reshape and reimagine ourselves back into a landscape that we belong to. For us to be separated from and erased from the landscape, well, it's not hard to see what the effects of that are for our community. So it's a restorative action for us. It's a way for us to start to figure out. And there's a couple of problems with this process. One is that it requires goodwill. It requires some faith. It requires resourcing. It requires courage. And it also requires an ability to imagine a different future than the one that we've experienced. One of the things that I've noticed when we work with people is that it takes some time to unpack their sense of what the future looks like. Because for the most part, when we work with Pākehā people in their professional capacity, the only thing that they've got to go by is their past experience, usually their lifetime. And they've been indoctrinated to think that that this land is a Western land, that it's an extension of England. It's not. We're on the other side of the world. This is a Pacific land. This is a Māori land, and that there's a people that's connected to this land that deserves to be restored to it. One of the things that I notice when we're working with Pākehā professionals in this space is that they expect the next 50 years to reflect let's say if the average age of them is 50, they expect the next 50 years to be a reflection of what they've experienced in their past 50 years, because they don't have anything else other than to go by, and because I think the level of privilege that they've experienced asks of them to maintain the status quo. And when you work with Māori people, they have a really deep capacity to visualize a different future. That's partially because of the really poor experience that we've had here. We expect our communities to flourish, just like we've witnessed Pākehā communities flourishing at our expense. There's nothing here in this land that Pākehā people enjoy that hasn't actually come at the expense of our people. There's nothing. And I think that our people have been really gracious in accepting their lot. But you've got a generation now that are just really, really tired of and are not prepared any longer to accept the lot that we've been given. And we've stepped outside of the indoctrination and education that we've had. And we expect a different future. So it's not without its problems, because part of and I notice it listening to people's conversations is that for the most part, when people engage with us, they expect the extent of our concern to be based around a historical narrative. So e.g., if you can prove that a site of significance, if you can prove its significance, that therefore you might have some agency to have a way to protect or manage or mitigate what might happen on that site. And that's really problematic, because that implies that somehow our world was supposed to be frozen at the time of confiscation, or at the time of the 1860s war period, or at some stage, and that somehow our relationship shouldn't continue, our relationship to the land shouldn't continue. So part of our job at times when we're co-designing is that, and let me be specific about saying that I think that sites of significance are really problematic, in that it implies therefore that all the rest of the land in between those, the gaps of land in between those sites of significance are somehow irrelevant to us, are not meaningful to us, are not meaningful to be considered, within. It's a nonsensical approach to think that only little spots somehow mean something to us and the rest of it means nothing. Within a Māori epistemological worldview, it's the whole. And so, I think that, if we look at the language that we use and the way in which it frames our approach to creating policy, and then my concern today is really to try and figure out how to get across to you that all of these things have really significant impacts upon our ability to be full Māori human beings if you only compartmentalize our level of interest by these little terminologies or little framed ideologies of how you're going to measure and I suppose frame our relationship to the land. So, you know, one of the more difficult aspects of our job is to flex our vision muscle and to imagine what might it have looked like if our world hadn't been interrupted by the land confiscation. What might our communities have looked like, and how might our narratives and our relationship to the land change had we not been interrupted? Because I have a real problem with I'm not sure how to pronounce Howell's you know, proposition that that our interest in sites should be measured just by past sites or this or that. Actually, we're interested in all of the land because all of the land shapes us, not just specific sites, not just specific acts that happen to be recorded by anthropologists or historians or et cetera, et cetera. We aspire to live out full lives as Māori human beings in our full landscape, and it's really problematic. And of course, the idea of decolonizing our environment, decolonizing our relationship and our experience in this land is not something that's going to be solved in the next 20 years.
Mm.
It's taken 200 years to get here, but it's going to take 1,000 years for us to dismantle the systems that continue to have an effect on our well-being as a people. So I know that I'm going to be giving an evidence pack to you sometime after this, and I know that there are other hearings coming up that I'll be also contributing to, but I'd like to maybe open the floor to you to ask questions, because I think that it would be helpful responding to things that are of interest to you, that I might be able to capitalise upon that.
Rangi, thank you very much for that powerful evidence. We receive evidence in all sorts of different ways, through written evidence from experts, through planning evidence, as you say, but through oral evidence like this. You know, our job is to hear, which I always say to people, and we do that you know, with a lot of open ears, I suppose, is the way I like to think about it as decision makers. So certainly your discussion here is very helpful. I do understand you might be talking to Commissioner Coffin and I around the Maori Purpose Zone, which is coming up towards the next week. But I'll just sort of reiterate, perhaps because the panel is four members, we have had to split ourselves up a bit across the various chapters just from an efficiency point of view, but certainly Kit's not hearing the kōrero around the Maori Purpose Zone, so the opportunity to hear your views and ask some questions is fantastic for us today. So with that introduction, I'll see whether Kit does have any questions.
Now, tēnā koe. What can I ask? The only thing I can ask is I wish I'd heard you speak when I was a much younger man. I mean, I grew up in New Plymouth, and I had to leave New Plymouth to actually understand what my ancestors had done through my interactions with other iwi around the country. And all I can do is say that, yeah, I'm a bit speechless, Rangi, I've got to say. And that's not often for those who will know me. I would like your permission to be able to show your kōrero to my children and to some of my friends, if you gave me that permission.
Absolutely.
It's my only question.
I suppose the thing that you know, it troubles me at times because I have to sometimes try and place myself in other people's shoes to try and figure out how can I communicate effectively, you know, the weight that's on our people's shoulders to try and somehow change the trajectory of what our future might look like as a nation. And it was really helpful being involved with Te Hono when the discussions, and you know, we had to be really quite brutal actually and really blunt with our language, because it's not until you dive into let's say Te Hono's a perfect example of the Puke Tapu, you know, those particular blocks of land, to describe to people what it looks like to be invisible in your own landscape. So for the most part, if you drive around Taranaki, you can't see us reflected in the landscape. Now for you, that may not be problematic, but for our kids, that's really problematic. If they can't actually see themselves reflected, if they can't, and of course, you know, the pervasive nature of the media and the way in which that influences negatively upon our kids is really, really problematic for us. And so even when you go to our marae, but for the one that was created in the 50s by a specific project that was manifested, and so we're talking about Te Koroa Maui in Waitara, nearly all of our marae, the last bastions of the places that reaffirm and consolidate our identity, are simply buildings with 4 walls and a roof and a wharekai. They don't, and so all of the investment and embellishment, the wealth that would normally have been expressed and demonstrated as part of the collective wealth of that community are absent, and they're absent because of the massive implications of removing the land from the people, or the people from the land, whichever way you want to look at it. And so even if you were to be taken to any of the marae around here, you wouldn't recognize them as being anything different than the community hall. And so, you know, when we start to dig deep, really, really deeply into what it means to be Māori, especially here in Taranaki, we've been in a crisis for 160 years, 180 years. And we are still in crisis mode. We are fighting even for the very basic necessity to see ourselves visible in the land that we've been in for 1,000+ years. And you guys would have, and probably everyone that's present in this particular conversation today, the hearing today, has probably traveled extensively enough to know what it feels like to be in a country that speaks a different language than you and has different conventions than you, different norms, ethics, morals, codes of conduct, etc., etc. And so to actually be in your own land where that has been imposed upon you, and then there's a whole 100 and something years of targeted laws and policies, even by local councils, it's a fight in many ways, not to the death, but it's a fight to live. It's a fight to live out our lives on our terms in the fullest extent possible. And at the moment, that's just struggling even at the point of being able to see ourselves. So co-design is a fairly recent phenomenon, and partially because there's impetus there by a whole variety of Crown agencies, which is kind of now filtered down into local government, and even in private circumstances with organisations and businesses. I think partially because they recognise that there's a commercial benefits. But now you're seeing co-design starting to become a prevalent process to try and find, I suppose, a way to reconcile this nation's reconcile itself with its past. And I talk about that quite often. Like, I'm working on quite a number of national projects, and one of them in particular is the archives building, and the new archives building and institution. And it's been really interesting. Initially, we're engaged, Team Hey, my company's engaged on the basis of the mana whenua representative, but as we dig deeper into moving past the actual infrastructure of the built building, we're also starting to speak into the way in which even the organization operates, and decolonizing the way in which even the organization lives out its life, and the way in which it delivers its services. So the agency of being by using co-design to be involved initially just to try and help influence the change in the architecture, spatial design, wayfinding, all of that sort of stuff, also then starts to change the DNA of the institutions that inhabit them. And that's what's important for us too in Te Hono. It's what's incredibly important for us, especially in the hospital, considering the dire situation that Māori Health is in and has been in for a very, very long time. And part of the reason why we think that the hospital should be should clearly have rules that govern why and how they should engage with Māori is because if you look at the poor record of the health system responding to our dis-ease, they're really it's really problematic. They're really poor at it. And unfortunately, most of the time, it requires that they actually need to be instructed to deal with us before they realize just how, before they actually realize, well, most of the time they'll avoid it otherwise. And part of the reason why we've got so many Māori health providers is simply because the mainstream health system has been really, really poor at being able to adequately respond to looking after our needs. Where else can I go?
Perhaps I could ask a question, Rangi. It's around the strategic directions of this plan, which we've already considered and given some interim guidance around. And giving that interim guidance, I feel the panel, well, we certainly listened in that key hearing one where we looked at this overarching strategy for the plan, and this plan with its direction, and I know Sarah Mako and Casey and others are sort of all over the wording of it, and it's probably a question for Casey as a planner, but I'm interested in your thoughts. It seems to me that this plan and this part of time we're in at the moment is a Renaissance planning document. It right from the start of the strategic directions, it recognises and provides for very explicitly in language which we have to use as planners and lawyers under the RMA. This very much is co-design world going ahead around planning matters. So have you had a look at those strategic directions, Rangi, or do you have any comment just on that? I'm a planner, so I've had I suppose the luxury and benefit of working in all sorts of projects around the country very closely with mana whenua and developers and councils. So I've seen the struggle over 35 years of trying to iwi, hapu, marae, trying to force your way into conversations without strong strategic direction at a plan level, which does guide the day-to-day development of a district like New Plymouth. So just your reflections on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know those, but I have no doubt that after this hearing, I'll go back and sit with Casey and Sarah, and they'll fill me in on that, and that will give me more capacity in the next hearings to be able to probably contribute there. In that sense, I suppose, you know, it's funny, we're calling this thing co-design. It's what we expected from the treaty relationship. So it's what we've always expected.
Say that.
Yeah, we would mutually flourish in this land, not where we would have had the experience that we've had. So you know, it's a pretty word. At least it describes, I suppose, and that's helpful. But because a lot of the time I think, and it still surprises me that that even sometimes in the co-design process, at times, one of the consultants or partners will run away with their part of the project, and then we have to remind them, no, can you please come back to the table? You can't do that. If we're talking about co-design, we expect to be involved with, and we're capable of being involved with all parts of this process, unless we choose to opt out. Unless we choose to say, okay, I don't really need to deal with the engineering nuts and bolts, but you know, all of these other parts, yes, we want to, because we're capable of visioning a future, and we know where this particular piece of built infrastructure will sit within our cultural landscape and how it will service the wider community. And we also have a plan as to how the places around it in the future will fit into the jigsaw of our what we expect, not only our present lived experience, but our future lived experience. So, you know, we have to continuously renegotiate our place in the world as well, because we recognize that that progress, whatever that you know that is, isn't going to stop. But we have to continue to renegotiate our reality. So, you know, for instance, our reality in 1340 is not the same as what it was in 1675. And so neither should it be the same in 2030. So we've got a lot of work to do ourselves to figure out how do we, through this co-design process, figure out how we're going to sit in, you know, and be present in this land, because for such a long time we haven't been at the table as the land has been shaped around us, as our infrastructure has been shaped around us. And so Te Hono is a good example where what we've done right from the beginning is actually fight for a place in the governance, because we think that it's really important. It's one of the ways to minimize us being obfuscated, I suppose, out of contributing to decisions. So out of the 4 seats in not trustee seats, board seats, one of them is appointed by Puke Tapu. And that person's really capable. Shelley's really capable, and she reports back to us. And we think that that's a really good way to make sure that our voice is still present, that we can contribute to making sure that our value systems are supported and reflected in their practice, as well as supporting any development or growth that the airport needs, because we're part of its development, right? Part of its growth as it continues to face its challenges, as any business or civic infrastructure should have to do. So the idea of what we're talking about in co-design, I mean, ideally, we'd always be talking also too about governance, because we want to continue to be in control of ourselves, of our lives. And that doesn't necessarily have to mean that it's at the expense of tauiwi, because quite often people measure it off that way, that's the ultimate compromise. It doesn't have to be. It's one of the things that I try to remind when we're in relationship with Pākehā people. If we're talking about a treaty relationship, is we say to them, look, actually being in this relationship with us makes you better Pākehā people.
Mm.
It does, because your track record or your CV is not very good. The way in which you've treated, the way in which the Crown, and I'm not meaning to personalise this to you guys, but the way in which the Crown or its agencies have treated us is really, really shit. But we can help you clean your act up, and that's by being in relationship with us. So co-design is just one of, and we're talking about other planning provisions that can also help shore up the fuzzy line between engagement and non-engagement with our people.
Mm.
Yeah, so I'll probably finish it there, I suppose.
Yes. Thank you very much, Rangi. I'll certainly reflect a lot on our discussion, and that's why we've really enjoyed the hearing process, where we do quite often get into, it's more of a discussion than a Q&A, which is traditionally the way evidence come forward to us, and we certainly get a lot out of sort of the two-way discussion like this. So really appreciate your time and your wisdom. It's been a real privilege to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Casey, just back to you. I think it's Julie Healy next to talk to us. Okay, Julie, are you there?
Kia ora. Yeah, I'm here. I'll just switch on my video. Cannot start video. Don't know why. Oh, we don't need the video. It's Maria, everybody. Yeah, interesting kōrero. Thank you for knowing Rangi. I just have to sit still for a bit and gather myself. Quite emotional. So yeah, okay, kia ora. I think we'd just like to talk about the hospital, lack of engagement with our hospital, the DHB. So on both of our areas identified for the hospital zone of the Taranaki DHB and the Southern Cross are within the Rohe of Ngāti Te Whiti. Specifically in relation to the Taranaki DHB, the stage 1 of the project, Maunga development, has been completed, but stage 2 has started, and as well as the renal unit development. Ngāti Te Whiti had limited engagement in the stage 1 development. Ngāti Te Whiti are not engaged to inform the stage 2 development, and we're engaged in a token manner on a fully formed proposal to inform the renal unit. Our engagement limited to conforming hard and soft landscaping requirements. As you've heard in my evidence in hearing 5, 9 and 14, the Rohe of Ngāti Te Whiti is vast, and we are the kaitiaki and are required to protect it for the future generations. I understand the RMA is required to provide for cultural well-being. I consider there is a clear link between cultural well-being and the provision of health services, whenua for health, and natural buildings on our confiscated whenua. You've heard from Rangi this morning and the importance of reflecting tangata whenua in those public spaces. Puketapu were instrumental in all aspects of Te Hono rebuild. Ngāti Te Whiti were not engaged to inform the stage 2 development of the hospital. Though there were governance arrangements with our kahui tikanga and our kahui toi, as well as with Ngāti Te Whiti, Te Atiawa and Te Whare Punanga Kōrero, the Taranaki DHB has allowed this to fall over, which is a shame. I appreciate that Taranaki DHB site is a regional hospital, and therefore engaging with Ngā iwi or Taranaki is important. Engagement must also occur with mana whenua. There is some signage at the hospital and a tohu named Te Kuraro, designed by local artists like Killian Skipper, BJ Hetet and Rumatiki Timu. Te Kuraro promotes the unity and sacredness of the Taranaki health community, translated as many treasures. It appears in sets of 3 whenua or strands, which follow the form of the 3 raukura feathers prominent in Taranaki. It's symbolic of the trinity of the Father, the Mother, Child, representing unity of whānau throughout generations. Incorporates the 3 Taranaki waka, Tokomaru, Kurahaupo and Aotea, and signifies the unification of people and cultures into a higher quality of life. Symbolises the 3 phases evident in karanga. Sorry, I've got to go pull my karanga, and the statement on the external signs to the DHB campus. Te Kuraro and the karanga reflect the cultural theme that will carry through all DHB facilities or Taranaki. Regarding the signage, the signs are named after the 3 waka and the 4th after a prominent ancestor, Rua Taranaki. The signs have a statement, piki tū, piki kaha, piki ora, ko pipi ko tēnei. Piki means to ascend, piki tū to arise and be upstanding, piki kaha arise and be strong, and piki ora arise and be well, kia pipeko tēnei at the place called Pipeko. The name given to the new hospital was given by Koro Hurangi Waikiri Puru. However, it's a play on words because the location of the Barrett Street Hospital, which you've heard in evidence on the hearing from 13 from Luana, Potu and Saramako, is on Otumaikuku, Pipeko, which is a linkage to the past health facilities of the old Barrett Street. Nevertheless, signage should only be part of a relationship with the whenua, and we shouldn't be limited to only returning te reo or ingoa Māori to whenua. A large scale, on this whenua, the large scale of earthworks and large public buildings, the Taranaki DHB are a Crown agent and they have a treaty relationship they need to uphold. Currently, they are not doing that, so we need to utilise other mechanisms, example, the district plan provisions to ensure our engagement in these processes. We can't rely on the governance arrangements. Hospitals don't need to be and shouldn't be sterile environments that they don't recognise and provide for the relationships of tangata whenua with our ancestral lands. And I support the provisions and recommendations made by Ms. Casey Bellamy, and looking forward to being engaged by Tihe on the hospital development. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you for that. That background, Julie. Really appreciate the again the context of the relationship in terms of the hospital. Julie, do you have that statement written down that you could actually forward to us via Julie?
Yes, I could. Yeah. Yes, I can send a copy through after,
yes.
And also a copy of the tohu from the hospital as well.
Yes, that would be great. And Kit, did you have any specific questions for Julie?
No, I didn't. Thanks, Julie. That was very helpful.
Oh, thank you, Kit.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. I got just again filling up our mental maps with some of the context is so important when we'll be talking to Casey today about the planning provisions. So thanks for your assistance yet again, and we'll look forward to receiving that that written statement you've given us, or the verbal statement in writing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Right, Casey, we're with you now. Is that your turn?
Nā kōrua commissioners, e koutou katoa. My speaking notes, I haven't sent them through to Julie. They're sort of still in a messy kind of notes is what I'd say. So yeah, I'll tidy those up and then I'll get them through to Julie later on.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, a big thank you to Fern, Rangi and Julie. I think that provides a crucial cultural context to matters which inform my overall planning opinion with regards to these zones. So the outstanding issues in relation to Te Kotaitanga submissions on the special purpose airport and special purpose hospital zones cover similar matters. In its original submissions, Te Kotaitanga opposed the zones as they have not benefited from tangata whenua input and do not recognise and provide for the matters in section 6E of the Act. Other matters covered in the submissions included the silence of the objectives on tangata whenua matters, policy amendments to provide instead of encourage opportunities for the incorporation of mātauranga Māori, and changes to the activity status for Māori purpose activities. In relation to the special purpose hospital zone, both of the areas identified for the hospital zone, the Taranaki District Health Board site and the Southern Cross site, are within the rohe of Ngāti Te Whiti, and as presented in Te Kotaitanga evidence to hearings 5, 9 and 14, the rohe of Ngāti Te Whiti is vast, and as kaitiaki they are required to protect rohe for future generations. My evidence, I referenced the imminent health and resource management reforms and note that they are a key driver behind both reforms is to deliver better opportunities and outcomes for Māori, which are consistent with the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I consider the district plan has a role to play within this context by ensuring that tangata whenua are key actors with agency in the design processes which create the physical space that hospitals are, to ensure that these facilities are fit for purpose from the perspective of tangata whenua to improve the well-being of our people. It was noted from discussions yesterday that given the enabling nature of the special purpose hospital zone, the section 42A authors anticipate that stages 3 and 4 of Project Maunga, the District Health Board Hospital Redevelopment Project, will not require resource consent under the proposed district plan. And we've just heard from Julie Healy about the ad hoc and somewhat unsatisfactory nature of consultation on those projects to date. And so the enabling nature of the zone emphasises the need to ensure the provisions in the chapter are strengthened to explicitly provide opportunities for Māori participation in resource management and decision-making processes. I have concerns given the ad hoc and unsatisfactory nature of consultation with tangata whenua to date, that the provisions in the special hospital zone do not adequately address the concerns raised in tangata whenua through submissions and evidence. The provisions for the zone and the precinct have been developed without input from tangata whenua, and consequently, in my view, they do not recognise and provide for tangata whenua and their culture and traditions with their ancestral lands, waters, sites, wāhi tapu and other tonga. I have made recommendations in my evidence to address these issues. The recommendations include a new objective for the special purpose hospital zone to reflect the desired outcomes of tangata whenua in the zone, as well as a strengthened policy which provides rather than encourages the incorporation of mātauranga Māori into the design, development and or operation of activities in the special purpose hospital zone. A new permitted activity status is also recommended for Māori purpose activities in the special hospital zone. And sorry, I'm just going to pause here. My apologies, but I've just had the power thing come up on my phone. Oh, sorry, on the computer that my battery's low. So I'll just be 2 seconds and I'll go and grab my charger.
Yeah.
Apologies.
No problem. Yes, the flashing battery signs never a welcome thing when you're in a session like this.
Oh yes, sorry about that. I'm back again. So I'll continue on from where I stopped. So yes, so I've made recommendations in my evidence to address the issues that were raised in the evidence. The recommendations include new objective. Yes, and so the new objective flows down from Tangata Whenua strategic objectives TW8 and TW9 and flows through to my recommended strengthened policy P9. The new permitted activity status rule for Māori purpose activities recognises and provides for the relationship of Māori and their culture and traditions with their ancestral lands, waters, sites, waitapu and other taonga as required by section 6E of the Act. So the strategic objectives apply across the whole plan and convey the outcomes Tangata Whenua wish to see throughout the plan. Those strategic objectives in relation to Tangata Whenua are not reinforced in all chapters. Given the enabling nature of the special purpose zones, I think it is important to specifically highlight the desired Tangata Whenua outcomes and the objectives. In other generic zones, specific reference may not be required because there is a planned character that includes Tangata Whenua outcomes. There are instances where the strategic objectives need more specific reference in the zone chapters and other chapters of the proposed district plan to ensure they are appropriately given effect to in their particular context. So in my view, our engagement or involvement in activities should not be limited to when there are sites and areas of significance to Māori or water bodies, as we are not defined only by these features. In relation to the permitted activity status recommended for Māori purpose activities in the zones, particularly the hospital zone, I think there is limited risk in adopting the permitted activity status due to the current ownership arrangements by the Taranaki District Health Board and Southern Cross respectively. So Māori purpose activities will only be able to establish in those zones at the discretion of the owners. There are instances in the future where the establishment of Māori purpose activities may be desirable. For example, cultural reflection spaces, koangareo or childcare services for staff members who work at the hospital, Māori churches, arts and cultural centres to promote wellbeing, as well as customary activities, noting the presence of a significant natural area and water body, although it isn't marked on the proposed district plan maps along the western extent of the Taranaki base hospital site. In my view, a non-compliant activity status unnecessarily restricts the establishment of Māori purpose activities in the zones when they may enhance and complement the role or function rather than compromise the role and function of the zones. If the panel are of the view that an overall permitted activity status is not appropriate for Māori purpose activities, I also support a permitted activity status for Māori purpose activities ancillary to major healthcare services or medical and health services. However, apart from customary activities, I have not been able to think of a Māori purpose activity that would be able to establish in the special purpose hospital zone if it was not ancillary to a medical or health service or major healthcare services. And that's particularly given the ownership of those sites. I've also recommended changes in the hospital zones to precinct 2R21 so that when building activities may impact on scheduled features, the cultural values associated with the scheduled features are also considered, which will require the engagement of Tangata Whenua. In relation to the recommended changes in Policy 9, in my view, encourage does not enable a level of participation which is akin to mana whenua expectations, which were clearly conveyed through Ngā Kaitiaki and the development of the draft and proposed district plan. I do not think that it is appropriate for mana whenua only to be able to participate in resource management processes for this zone at the discretion of the applicants and site owners. In my view, this reinforces the status quo and undermines the participation principles of Te Tiriti and the relationship of Māori and their culture and traditions with their ancestral lands, waters, sites, wahitapu and other taonga. In my view, the recommended changes I made to Policy 9 will give effect to strategic objectives TW8 and TW9. So large-scale earthworks, public buildings, the District Health Board are a Crown agent and they have responsibilities in the treaty relationship that they need to uphold. And as demonstrated, it is our view that they are not currently doing so, and so there is a need to utilise other mechanisms, i.e. the district plan provisions, to ensure our engagement in these processes. It seems like we can't rely on governance arrangements, and that hospitals don't need to be static environments that don't recognise and provide for the relationship of tangata whenua with their ancestral lands. So for the airport zone, the recommendations I have made.
Casey, I wonder whether we just pause there and just see if there's any questions about the hospital people's zone that might sort of help the discussion. Kit, I've got a couple of questions, but you may have some questions.
Go if you like, Stephen. My questions were at a much higher level that sort of spanned both zones to some extent. So if you want to dig into some of the specific hospital related ones, go for it.
I suppose mine were, well, I suppose while I've got the opportunity, Casey, you were listening in yesterday, I think, all through the hearing. And I was just reflecting on a question that Kit posed, I think, just to another witness, was about sort of notification issues. It might have been this hearing or it might have been the previous one, I can't remember. By having objectives like you're suggesting in the hospital zone and policies, do you see that an organisation like the DHB would have to engage on these matters as they're preparing applications, bringing resource consents to be considered in a way that is a different way of actually guaranteeing engagement in the early stage rather than just perhaps having a notification statement? So I wonder whether you've thought about that.
Yeah, so in hindsight, I think, yeah, the notification statements would have been useful in a way. Well, not in a way, but would have been useful, but I think there was limited scope in terms of what Te Kotaitanga had submitted in that respect. But with the strengthened provisions, I think the planners at the council, when they are processing the applications, will be how else do you get that cultural advice, and how else are you meant to incorporate those tangata whenua matters into a development without actually engaging with tangata whenua.
Okay, no, that's good. It was a bit of a rambling question, but as always, your answers are concise and well thought through. Thank you. If perhaps just carry on with the airport provisions then.
Yeah, no problem. I did the way that I've done it, I've kind of like I kind of put them all into almost like it. Well, I was kind of talking about, although it was under the hospital area, it was almost like a mesh between the two of them. Yeah, onto the airport zone. So recommendations I made for the special purpose airport zone were similar to the recommendations for the special purpose hospital zone. So a new objective to provide for tangata whenua outcomes, a strengthened policy to provide instead of encourage opportunities to incorporate mātauranga Māori, an amended activity status for Māori purpose activities. For the airport zone, I've also recommended a change to the overview to recognise Te Honua as a living representation of the relationship of Te Atiawa with the surrounding landscape, and this ongoing relationship must be upheld. Te Honua demonstrates the rich, unique design opportunities that can arise from working together in partnership with Māori. Te tangata whenua, it is more than that. It represents us ahika and serves as a physical representation of Te Atiawa within the significant cultural landscape which we have been alienated from for a long time. I note the discussions had yesterday around the airport designation and outline plan process and whether the lack of submissions on the designation means Te Kotaitanga we're comfortable with the outline plan designation process. Well, with the designation process, sorry. But so I was not involved in preparing the submission for Te Kotaitanga, but I understand Te Kotaitanga felt it was unnecessary to provide submissions on the airport designation given the opposition to the underlying zone. In hindsight, it would have been useful to have some submissions to the designation given the work Puketapu had to do to insert themselves into the terminal redevelopment. In my opinion, the panel shouldn't take the lack of submission to mean comfort with the designation. It is clear that Puketapu wished to be involved in all processes for the airport moving forward. In relation, so the Te Honoas, with Te Hono, the co-design offers the opportunity for tangata whenua to reshape and reimagine ourselves within a landscape in which we belong. It allows tangata whenua to decolonise our experience and ensure we have an obvious physical reflection in the landscape. There's also great potential through these co-design processes influence positive change in both architectural space, but also in the culture and operation of institutions. There's also a significance associated with all of the land in the district being part of a wider cultural landscape, and so it is difficult to view sites and areas of significance as separate, distinct sites. Finally, I wish to highlight, in my view, the obligation of public buildings in our landscape in the least is to have a process and outcomes that Rangi has described in his evidence. This in turn has the potential to drive institutional change on a wider scale, in my view. And then, yes, thank you. That was my summary. And welcome any questions.
Thank you for that summary. Casey, we'll hand over to Kit now just to ask some initial questions or some questions.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks, Casey. I don't have any particular questions around the intricacies of the drafting changes. I think they are all fairly straightforward. There's sort of two matters I want to discuss with you, and I guess one of them you and I have already had a bit of a chat about, and you've sort of continued the conversation a little bit in terms of the references to planned character. I appreciate we're all just here focused on these special purpose zones, but this is an idea that permeates the plan from the sort of the top down. And I like to think that we're sort of on this, well, we're getting close to, I think, having a general agreement that the use of this phrase in particular environments really depends on the extent of change that's anticipated. And I think, I don't know whether you listened in yesterday, we had the right of reply on the rural zones, and Ms. Young responded to I guess the query I'd put out there about, is that the right term to be using in the context of the rural production zone? And I think she said she had reflected on that, and because the extent of change anticipated in the rural zone is not considerable, because it's really the heartland of the district to some extent, and it's got a whole lot of uses that don't want to get pushed out by urbanisation. She indicated that perhaps the term wasn't appropriate there. So to some extent, I guess where I'm coming to is, if we are going to use this term, then what's the best way for the plan to signal what its intended meaning is where it is used? And I think you've hit the nail right on the head, where you talk about there will be a reliance on the zone chapters to articulate the planned character. And to some extent, that will then lead to people arguing that the character is to be determined, the future character is to be determined by reference to what is otherwise permitted in the zone, for example. That would be a logical argument to make. And indeed, it's the sort of argument that gets made around Auckland, where that phrase is used. It also gets used, though, when people, where development is even restricted discretionary. And I don't know if you're familiar, but in Auckland, you can 4 houses or more on a mixed housing zone is restricted discretionary, but the sort of the litmus test as to its appropriateness is whether it's consistent with the planned character. And that sort of runs into a few problems, because the planned character is a different concept from the permitted baseline, for example. And it's very difficult these days to actually construct a permitted baseline in these multi-layered plans, because there are different triggers that require different consents across the different layers. So you end up referring to this thing called planned character. And in those instances, my experience is that everyone defaults to the explanatory description of the zone at the start, and sort of marries that with what's essentially restricted discretionary, and then, hey presto, that's what the planned character is. And to be fair, that's sort of worked quite well up here. Whether that's what we're all sort of talking about within this district and the use of that term, it's something I look forward to having a discussion with Kangora about a bit more. But do you have any view on that? Do you think we need to be more expressive in terms of the explanatory statements about what's anticipated in the zone? Do you think we need a defined term, planned character, which actually makes a reference to what it is? Or even potentially some sort of explanation right up at the top level of the plan, where we're talking about how the plan works and all of that sort of stuff around what we're actually talking about here. Give us your views, because your response is quite sensible. Let's just make sure that everything that we think is relevant to the future of these zones is expressed somewhere within these chapters. And I think that's one way of doing it too.
Yeah. So I think that I think something in the overall chapters, an explanatory kind of statement, so that it's not subject to interpretation, or subject to being able to make the narrative fit the planned character. I think there does need to be explicit reference, and mainly from in my opinion, it's important to ensure that those cultural elements and tangata whenua values are explicitly referenced in any planned character of the zone, or even if it's that those matters are acknowledged as part of the character, even if it's not the planned character. For example, in the rural zone, that part of the predominant character of that zone, it is recognised that the tangata whenua values associated with the wider landscape are part of that character.
Okay, no, I think that's helpful.
Because I note from I think it might have been from the last hearing, a question at the last hearing, that planned character is around the NPSUD and the expectation that there's going to be that the amenity of the neighbourhood's not going to be maintained forever. And so just ensuring that those elements, those cultural elements that are recognised as part of the character that needs to be maintained.
I mean, you would presumably say that, and sort of feeding off Rangi's kōrero, you would say that an aspect of the future character of all zones in Taranaki is a greater recognition and expression of tangata whenua.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it doesn't matter whether, if there is any change, or even if the status quo is maintained, it is still an expectation that in the future, this plan delivers a change in the character as envisaged by Māori.
Yes.
All right. Well, okay, that's good. That's good. The other topic I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, and it sort of feeds on from that, is your statement in paragraph 13 of your evidence, where you say there is an opportunity through the provisions of this zone chapter to restore some mana to tangata whenua by providing meaningful opportunities for participation in resource management decision-making processes. And this obviously is a theme that starts right at the top of this plan in terms of strategic direction. And as a general thematic running through the plan, I think the panel certainly have embraced that and want to try and do that. The suggestions you've made with respect to the 2 special purpose zones, though, are specifically to make some more direct references in the objectives and policies to this. And then with a few tweaks to the rule framework. I guess the problem I have with this, Casey, is that the policies and objectives are ultimately only ever engaged in a scenario where someone seeks a resource consent. And yet these special purpose zones are a classic example of where the role, function, and overall purpose of the zone has led to a situation where, for the most part, everything and anything that is consistent with that role, purpose, and function is permitted. So you end up, and the only standards are really around bulk and location. So given that if we assume the permitted activity rules are what is going to define what is able to occur on these special purpose zones, and the only standards are around bulk and location, there's no real voice, there's no real method to actually achieve the policies or objectives that you're advocating for. Well, not advocating, you're proposing go into the top end of the plan. And I mean, that worries me, I'll be honest, because providing for an objective and policy framework that clearly flows from a strategic direction to encourage or even direct greater participation and engagement with tangata whenua, where it's only going to be engaged in 10% of the proposals that impact in these zones, it just worries me. Yeah, no, I said that's not a question. If you were going to do this and you were going to try and achieve that objective of greater engagement and participation, what have you given any thought to what might you do in the context of these very broad and extensive permitted activities that apply in these zones?
In terms of how would we get to engage in those processes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess it would come back to, again, a lot of relying on the relationship that we have with the different organisations. And I guess I don't know with the hospital and the creation of the new Māori Health Authority and, you know, the dissolution of the DHBs and that kind of thing, whether or not that will foster a better relationship in that respect. And might but with the overall changes in the objectives and policies that I've recommended with like I definitely take your point where it is, if you're permitted, you probably aren't tending to look at those objectives and policies, but in a way I still kind of think that they are relevant, all activities that take place.
I think they're very worth saying. It's always good to see where they lead to, because ultimately if Commissioner McMahon were here, his ears would be pricking up and he would be saying, well, what's the point of a policy without a method to give effect to it? Because I guess the way you could do it is put an additional standard on all permitted activities that, I don't know, says that in the undertaking of permitted activities, the evidence of consultation with tangata whenua is provided. I don't know, it's probably well out of scope and well out of anything, but if you were going to actually obtain that engagement for the majority of activities that are planned in these zones, you'd actually end up putting it as a permitted activity standard. Whether it's legal, I don't know. Whether it's within scope, I don't know. But I'm just trying to see here how we can trace this through potentially. That's all.
Yeah, no, and I definitely appreciate that too. And I mean, the only change I think in the hospital zone rules that we were able to do was to that building rule where it might impact on scheduled features that cultural values are also considered.
But that's, look, and I think you're right there. That is there, but that's really to continue to do what's always been done, which is to simply look at the lines on a plan and say that's important, but that's not. As Rangi told us today, which I must say, yeah. Anyway, it's something for us to really get our heads around. Thank you. Thanks, Casey. I didn't have any other particular matters to discuss with you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Just on that line of questioning, I'm certainly very interested in what Lauren and Jacob and Ashley might sort of respond to us in their right of reply just about this issue. And I see Sarah Edwards, you're online as well. It's quite a key plan making question, given the evidence we've had consistently, but that very focused evidence we just heard from Rangi and also Julie, just about the status of perhaps some of the relationships currently. If there's great objectives and policies and they never get to see the light of day, other than perhaps just framing this precinct zone and that being known amongst the organisations that have these precincts, that this is important. Matters even in permitted activity projects. The intention and objectives and policies of the zone are quite clear in terms of their implementation, but that's not mandatory, is it? In terms of those organisations needing to consider objectives and policies when they have a permitted activity. Yes. Okay. Casey, I would like to ask you a question with reference to the airport precinct plan, Julie, that's in Appendix 1 of Jacob's 42A report, I think.
Hospital or airport? Sorry.
Airport, sorry. No, I've got the wrong one. Yeah. So Casey, just again, picture tells 1,000 words, and this is the current sort of planned character of the special purpose zone. Is that as you'd see it in front of you?
Yes, yep, I can
Yep.
see that.
Yes. So I just wanted to ask a question. We see the SASMs at the left-hand bottom, so that's Puketapu Pa and associated Urupā, as I understand it. And to the north, there's a range of other Urupā and Pa sites. That's what we're seeing.
Correct.
And just along the boundary line, the southern boundary line of the area inside that, the southern boundary line, beside that and inside the precinct, there's a road that, this is the one where there's now a key available to Mana Whenua to drive along the edge of the airport and down towards Puketapu Pa. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's, yeah.
Yeah. So I just had a question, whether you knew this or not. The planned walkway extension, I know there's an area of land that's been recently purchased below this area that would normally, if we're planning today, would be in the precinct. And also if the walkway had been established and that was running through some of this land, that would have been shown as well. So are you aware whether the walkway as proposed or as being talked about runs within this precinct area as currently mapped?
I'm not entirely sure about that. No, sorry. I'm not sure if the walkway alignment does go within the precinct.
Yes. And
I know that EQGC are working with
yes,
Puketapu on that.
yes. So the airport will be interested in that as well, obviously. So there'll be a three-way discussion. So that's fine. One last question really is about the framework of the objectives and policies in the airport zone. If there was, as signalled in Hull's evidence, an alteration of designation looming up to realign the spatial area of the designation. Casey, I'm not sure whether you've been involved in any notice of requirements or designation processes yourself.
Not really, no.
But I think again, when we're thinking about the usefulness and validity of objectives and policies in this special purpose zone, if that happened, the decision making, I suppose, provisions around designations are in 171 of the RMA, and I've just got those up at the moment. They do include, when you're making a decision on designations, you do need to look at part 2, all the national, regional and district planning instruments. So the proposed plan would be a relevant consideration. So that's where the objectives and policies would kick in there.
Right.
Yes. And it is it's a slightly different, or it is a different decision-making framework than the 104 that we're used to seeing for resource consents. That does require matters to be, whether alternative sites, routes, or methods for undertaking the work has been shown. And this will come back to that master planning we heard from Fern, where planners were looking at these sort of 8 different ideas. Yeah, so I suppose what I wanted to just establish with you, that those objectives and policies in terms of a future designation are going to be very important when any decision maker is looking looking at an alteration to the designation.
Okay, great. Yeah, and that's reassuring to know. As yeah, listening into yesterday's kōrero, I kind of overlooked that.
Yes.
Everything in the designation will be
Yes.
able to be done under that outline plan process. So I was a little
Yes.
bit worried about but it's good to know that alterations to that designation, the objectives and policies will kick in place then.
Yes, so that's for a future process, as we know. Just but it sounds like what we're hearing and evidence from the airport company is that they're seized on this issue. The council's bought some more land to facilitate the realignment, and council's probably likely to be seeing a alteration for designation for this airport in the foreseeable future. So I think it is important that as decision makers, Kit and I do put a lens across the objectives and policies, that they will be a guiding matter for any alteration or designation going forward. Okay, that's not really a question, but I think it was just really just highlighting that position as I understand it anyway. So thank you, Casey, for your evidence. I don't have any particular questions. As again, you're doing a great job as an expert planning witness, and we will look forward to receiving those your written summary, which does reflect on some of the matters you've heard through the hearing. So it's really helpful to us in our deliberations that we have your advice in writing just on your summary. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so I think that's all the submissions, Julie, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, and we are reconvening at 1 o'clock.
Sorry,
yes.
Commissioner, it was
Yes.
scheduled for 2 o'clock. There was
2
an
o'clock.
extra time in
Oh.
there, but you may wish to bring that forward.
Okay, well, just talking, get some input from Lauren and Jacob, who I can see online, on whether a 1 o'clock start would be okay.
1 o'clock is fine with me.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Lauren,
Actually,
actually,
thank you.
you're there as well, under Lauren's
Yeah.
name. So 1 o'clock would be really great. We'll keep the ball rolling. We'll have half an hour break and come back and hear your verbal right reply then.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we'll just hand over to the staff team. You'll have an order, I'm sure. Yeah, Jacob.
Yes, thank you. Okay, kia ora everyone. You can hear me fine?
You're good.
Presuming. Okay, so yeah, as you all know, my name is Jacob Stenner. I'm the reporting officer and the author of the Section 42A report relating to the airport zone. This is my verbal right of reply, which are based on the written and oral evidence presented by submitters on the airport zone chapter. And I'd note that I intend to expand on these matters in my written right of reply. I'll also note here that for the majority of the matters raised in evidence, I'm likely going to need to take some further time to consider matters. There's quite a bit to work through, I think. Given the discrete matters covered, I've grouped this reply by submitter, and I'll just step through them in the order that we've heard them over the last couple of days. Just very quickly before moving on to the submitter evidence, I just thought there was a bit of discussion yesterday and this morning, particularly with Mr. Edwards, around sort of the role of the zone and the framework, I suppose, given the designation that's in place. So I thought I'd just chip in my little piece on that, and I think it's nothing that hasn't been said already, but ultimately, I kind of outlined in the Section 42A report that the designation is there, and oftentimes there won't be any need to go through that resource consent pathway. The airport zone chapter basically sets out the policy and regulatory framework for land use activities undertaken in the zone that trigger the need for consent, I guess, that sit outside that requiring authorities' powers. So whether that be something that's not for the purpose of the designation or those third-party matters, third-party kind of developments within the site. Just noting that, you know, there have been a number of land use consents, historic land use consents, while that designation has been in place from some of those operators. Yeah, so that's just a couple of notes there. And then also a very good point made, Commissioner Daish, about considering those matters through the NOR process, should any future change occur. So I'll just move on to the evidence of Ms. Johnson for Johnson Resource Management. So Ms. Johnson provided evidence questioning the way in which Māori purpose activities had been displayed within the revised rules, indicating it would be clearer if the rules were separated out into their individual components, or if Māori purpose activities were separated out into their individual components. Ms. Johnson also questioned whether it was intended for these activities to apply to all sub-precinct areas or only the land side facilities, as was shown in Appendix 1. So just quickly, I can confirm that this was an error and the intention was to provide for these throughout all sub-precinct areas. And then just more broadly, I agree with the evidence of Ms. Johnson there that the way in which Māori purpose activities has been presented could be simplified somewhat. And then I would also just acknowledge Commissioner Littlejohn raised this morning a valid point about in relation to the drafting of those rules and the need for that non-complying rule if you've got a catch-all that applies to these activities anyway. So just some things for me to take away and work on the drafting and come back to you within my written right of reply. I will just keep on moving through this, but please stop me if you have any questions. So moving on to the submission and evidence from PRIP, Mr. Edwards on behalf of PRIP has submitted evidence suggesting some changes to the activity status for, I guess what I'd call smaller scale integrated retail activities. So that's the less than 450 metres squared area, as well as for service stations. They've requested that these activities are changed from non-complying to discretionary, along with some consequential changes to the related policies. Mr. Edwards has also submitted evidence suggesting that policy P6 includes a more specific spatial reference to the areas in which reverse sensitivity effects will be avoided or mitigated, that being those areas located within the airport outer control boundary. So just firstly, turning to the status of integrated retail activities and service stations. This is one of those matters I'd like to take a bit more time to consider, and I'll sort of cover why, I suppose. First of all, though, I generally agree that it's appropriate for the zone to provide a consenting pathway for some retail where this is complementary to that overall purpose of the zone, being an airport. This is done in the notified provisions by providing for certain retail activities as compatible or potentially compatible, and then some associated rules around that for permitted or discretionary activities. My initial view is that where integrated retail activities are located outside of the terminal, these are less likely to directly complement the airport and have the potential to become more of a standalone sort of a retail facility, I suppose. The policy framework sitting behind the activity statuses in question seek to avoid activities that undermine the role, function and or viability of a city centre or a town or local centre. And there's quite a clear link back to strategic objective UFD 18, which is about protecting those hierarchies and those centres. With that said, I acknowledge and note that the discretionary activity status suggested by Mr. Edwards would still enable a full consideration of the activity and matters such as whether it would be best located within a centre and any effects on the CBD and centres. This was discussed earlier today, but I'm aware that recent hearings and upcoming hearings have included submissions and evidence in relation to the establishment of commercially zoned land within relatively close proximity of the airport, that being Area R further along Airport Drive, as well as the portion of land on Airport Drive owned by the Hibbles within Area Q. So in replying to the evidence of Mr. Edwards, I would like to better understand and consider the wider implications of potentially more commercial activities within the area, not only at the airport, but in that vicinity more broadly, I suppose. Therefore, it would be useful to take some time and discuss these areas of land with the reporting officers for those relevant chapters. And just moving on to policy P6, in relation to this policy, I'm supportive of the amendment suggested by Mr. Edwards. While reverse sensitivity effects can obviously be broader than only noise related, ultimately my view is that that policy is directing the management of sensitive activities within the noise control boundaries. So taking that kind of ambiguity away from it, I think is a clear way to kind of establish what areas we're looking at here. Moving on, I'll pause again for a second. Please sing out if there's any questions on that.
Yeah, we'll cover them if we have some questions, Jacob. So just keep rolling along.
Cool. So moving on to the evidence of Te Kotahitanga and Puketapu Hapu. So Te Kotahitanga have requested that greater recognition of tangata whenua values are contained within the provisions. In particular, the evidence of Ms. Bellamy has suggested the inclusion of an objective and alterations to policies to more directly provide for mātauranga Māori and to provide opportunities for tangata whenua to exercise kaitiakitanga. Te Kotahitanga, or Ms. Bellamy specifically, has also requested that the overview section outlines the importance of te hono to Puketapu Hapu. And more broadly, we've heard some very powerful verbal evidence from Ms. Brand and Mr. Keeper this morning in relation to some of these matters. So just forgive me, I've sort of been making some notes as we've been hearing from submitters, so it might be a little bit jumbled. But in terms of the new objective, I just know here that we've got further hearings on both the port and major facilities special purpose zones taking place early next week, which have received evidence on quite similar matters. So while all of the special purpose zones are unique in their their location and their requirements, I think it would be useful to work through these hearings and understand sort of how these matters might be addressed across the board, I suppose. So that's just a note on that particular point. And I also want to acknowledge here the very powerful evidence that we heard from the representatives of Puketapu, and I'd appreciate some time to consider these matters more thoroughly and to give them the consideration that I think they need. So it's not something I have an answer for, I suppose, as my point. I'll come back to the panel on that. Just moving on, and some of that discussion applies here as well, but moving on to policy P9 and the use of the term provide for as opposed to encourage. This is something that I've previously contemplated, how some shifts in those words might be made. The position that I put forward in the Section 42A report is that the notified wording encourage provides a suitable balance between the operational requirements of the airport while enabling consideration of these matters when it's appropriate to do so. Having heard the evidence from tangata whenua submitters, I have quite an open mind on this matter and would just like to, again, to take some time to give this further thought. And again, I will come back to the point that there's further special purpose zone hearings coming up, and it will be quite good to see how some of these points might look across the various chapters.
Jacob, you're reporting on the port zone, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
So you'll have that continuity, which would be good.
Yeah. And again, on this point, it would also be really useful to have a bit of a look across, a more thorough look across the plan to see where we've used the term provide for in other places and the context of that and how that works with these provisions as well. So Ms. Bellamy also suggested some changes to policy P4, rewording the leader clause of clause 3, and then using the term scheduled items and features rather than identified features. So I understand that elsewhere in the plan, reporting officers have changed similar references to scheduled items, or they have used this term as opposed to identified features. So I agree with these previous recommendations, and for consistency, I think that it would be sensible to make this change. And then finally, Ms. Bellamy has suggested some additional text is added to the overview section, acknowledging the importance of Te Hono to Puketapu Hapu. And again, I agree with Ms. Bellamy that it will be appropriate to have some recognition of this particular piece of the airport's infrastructure within those, within the introductory text of the chapter. And I think that the text she's provided recognises this. I'm almost wound up there. There's just a couple of points that came up, I suppose, towards the end, which I haven't got written notes regarding, but Commissioner Littlejohn, you asking some questions around sort of with these very enabling provisions that we have, what role do those sort of objectives and policies relating to the tangata whenua matters in particular, what role do they play and how are they engaged? Where do they wire down to the rules, I suppose? And I guess at present, the way that they would be engaged is really through those discretionary or non-complying activities. So, you know, there is quite an enabling, the rule framework is very enabling, and I guess that's reflective of the regional and national importance of the facility. But I take your point, but I guess, yeah, just a note there that really that's where I see those provisions being engaged under the current framework. So that's really the end of my verbal right of reply, but just note that a written right of reply will follow that will sort of cover off the matters in more detail and some of those points that I need to take some further time to consider.
Thanks, Jacob. Kit, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to have a little bit more of a chat around that last point, because it is something that I too sort of went and thought about over lunch. I mean, do you agree that where you've got a policy, be it encourage or provide, yet it only applies to the stuff that would need a resource consent at a discretionary or, you know, that sort of level, where the whole zone, the whole rule provision has been set up to effectively enable everything the zone wants to achieve anyway? Do you actually think the policy is achieving anything? Or do you think it could, or do you think there, well, no, answer that question.
Look, I do, in the context of the airport, I think it potentially does in the future. I agree that there is a very permissive framework. Again, I sort of, I've been beating this drum a little bit, but thinking about the third parties that do establish in the zone and some of those things that might not fall directly within those core airport activities. So I do think there's potential for those provisions to be engaged through that. And I guess, you know, it is a balance ultimately around the purpose of these zones were set up to enable these pieces of infrastructure and to sort of allow for the operating requirements. And I guess it's where that balance sits about being enabling while still managing the effects of these activities.
Oh, I mean, that's it. I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there, really. It's it comes down to putting forward provisions in a plan that have the least amount of regulatory constraint as is efficient, a la the Whakatane decision, I think that Commissioner McMahon has recited to us. But at the same time, in doing so, ensuring that the activities that are permitted with minimal constraint still achieve the I guess the overall and overarching policy outcomes sought to be achieved by the plan, and it is a delicate balance. A plan written with I guess a European concept of property rights, which, to be fair, all plans in New Zealand at the moment generally are, looks to do and I guess to some extent that's where the drive around reducing regulation comes from, is all about returning the notion of freehold property as the place where the owner can do what they like with minimum constraint. And of course there was a major pushback at, probably about 15 years ago, when people were throwing their hands up at the range of rules that were being put on to the use of land, which was otherwise seen as, generally benign. But so there is a real balance there. Coming back to the starting point here, Section 75 says a district plan must state objectives and the policies, the rules, if any, to implement the policies. So there is no direct obligation to state rules to implement policies, as I read it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have a policy that just almost sits there as a general statement about how the plan wants the world to look without any real machinery under it. It then says a district plan may state the methods other than rules for implementing the policies. Now, I don't think this plan has actually identified any methods other than rules. So, and I looked, there's a statement right up the top in how the plan works under the district plan framework heading. Right down the bottom, it says each chapter contains objectives, policies, rules, and standards to address management issues. Objectives are, policies are, rules and effect standards are tools used to implement and to give effect to the policies. Then it's got this statement, other methods to implement the policies can include non-regulatory methods such as monitoring, advocacy, and education. There's no other little subheading at the tail of any of the zone chapters, though, which has a other methods sort of thing. So I think we take it that the plan says right at the outset that there's all of these other things that can be done, including monitoring, advocacy, and education, which can also be used to implement our policies. But there's sort of no vision or statement or anything more about it. So yeah, I don't know how much thought's really gone into that, and that's not a criticism. It's just sometimes these are ideas that or issues that only become live at this end of the proceedings,
mm-hmm.
which is where we're at now. So I guess just thinking about this issue of administrative efficiency while achieving some of the broader based objectives the panel is certainly quite interested in achieving via the strategic objectives, whether there is capacity or an opportunity to actually reflect at a high level within the plan that there are that another method to achieve the policies is to encourage ongoing and active engagement with tangata whenua on matters of relevance to them. Now, I know we can't legislate a requirement to consult because it's not an obligation under the Act, but as another method, that sort of broad statement of encouragement to all participants around the need and the expectation of active and ongoing engagement might be a way to bridge the two. I haven't talked about it with the other commissioners yet. I often come up with crazy ideas on my walk to get lunch, so it's just a thought I had. And it's probably well off the reservation in terms of the issues you had to look at. So I'm just sort of throwing it out there. You as the first planner to stick their face in front of me to see what you think about it.
Probably one that I'd take away and give some thought to. I guess, yeah, ultimately it does sound like a good idea, a nice idea. What implications it actually has, or what that what it means in terms of implementation of the plans, I'm not so clear, I suppose.
Jacob, and I wonder, this is a little bit unusual, I think quite helpful if Hal's listening in. connected in with both the airport and the hospital, whether you've got any thoughts, Al, if you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I suppose I am, just about, for example, are you there, Hal, or maybe?
No, he's just left his camera on. Oh no, there he is. He's gone to lunch. He's down the pub.
It was perfect timing. I just got kicked out of the room I was in because they put in some frost in. So yeah, and I heard my name.
You don't need to wear your mask. You're all right.
No, I do. I'm on the floor right now.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. I'm just intrigued by this discussion. For example, your clients, if there are objectives and policies in their precinct plan, which do provide for or encourage, engagement and involvement of mana whenua, whether that would have any influence around the board table, or how I'm just interested in this discussion and whether you had any thoughts from your own planning practice.
Yeah, look, I think maybe at a governance level, I mean, and I think it was Casey who mentioned, I think it was Casey anyway, but it being very sort of dependent on some of the personalities sometimes who were at the table. So that is a big influence and factor in it. But the discussion I've just heard, I absolutely agree. There's those objectives and policies, and the terminology in those, they only have bite in a resource consent context. Now we've talked about, I've heard about the airport being slightly different in that, through, I think it's section 168 for a notice of requirement, you would need to have particular regard, I think the term is, for what the objectives and policies are in the plan. But it's difficult to work through, and I'm getting my head around it as well, how you really land or promote / encourage that interaction and engagement with mana whenua, maybe outside of a resource consenting context. It's a difficult one. It's quite difficult to land, especially like as Jacob has very clearly and well, very nicely outlined about what is the purpose of these zones as well. They have an enabling bent to them, but albeit each of those zones, certainly the hospital and the airport, do have an objective to manage those effects. And I think the objective for the airport is objective 2. So, but it's doing the minimum. Sorry, that was a bit of a ramble, but
I think I'm to some extent, I think that it's sort of less of a concern with either the airport or the DHB, or even for sort of next week's the port. I mean, all of those major industries have a relationship with the Crown. They're either a Crown entity or they're owned by a local authority. So I think there's a direct treaty relationship there, which is active, that to some extent, gives me a little bit of confidence that there is enough of a requirement and a relationship that will see that engagement, notwithstanding that there's a threshold for the policies to kick in only with a resource consent. I'm sort of more interested in the 95% of the rest of the district to some extent, because that's really where the district grows and changes and operates, and that's not, for the most part, a relationship that exists via a treaty relationship. That is Pakeha who own land and want to do stuff with it. And I just don't think at this point you could introduce a regulatory method around that. So hence this light bulb of a broader method statement, which just seeks to encourage. And look, it might take a generation or two. It might take 2 or 3 plans for what is encouragement in the 2020s might turn into something more active in the 30s. It might never need to. It's all about encouraging that to borrow Rangi's phrase, it's about encouraging that decolonisation at the grassroots between parties who are using resources that were once confiscated. Anyway, I'm having a little bit of a ramble now. So, but I take your point around the Crown entities. I think there's a slightly different proposition there. I don't know, Stephen, I am rambling and I'm taking up everyone's time, and I'm really sorry about it.
No, I think this is important. I talk. The reason why it's really important is just the way the plan's set with those strategic objectives. And I use the term, maybe this is a bit of a Renaissance planning document, given the direction that they are pointing to, and they've largely come from the council in terms of its plan making role, and the other instruments we're seeing at a national level are very much moving down this path of co-design, engagement, involvement of mana whenua through all these planning processes. So certainly not out of step with what we're seeing from our government. But yes, I think it is an important discussion, and just being able to chat around with both Jacob and Paul on this one is useful. So anything else, Kit, for Jacob?
No.
And Jacob, I don't have any other questions either. So thank you for your assistance.
Thank you. We'll see you next week.
Are you able to hear us all right?
Yep.
You're all good. Yep.
Just by the way of quick introduction again, my name's Ashley Gulliver, and together with Lauren O'Byrne, we've co-authored the Section 42A of the hospital zone. So I'll be speaking to the verbal right of reply today, and we've grouped it mainly by submitter. Just for a first point, one of the questions that has come up through the hearing, Commissioner Dash specifically raised questions about the spatial accuracy of some of the areas identified on the precinct map during question time in the officer's introduction to the hospital zone, specifically to the base hospital. And as the areas are indicative in nature, consideration should be given to whether council needs to work with the base hospital to refine those layers and make them more accurate to provide clarity for future development. So, for example, clarifying the exact location where the height limits change across the site. And a question also was raised in relation to those permitted activity rules, specifically the inclusion of the wording permitted where, number one, the activity is in accordance with the precinct plan. So just in response to those two things, we agree that it is important that the sub-precinct areas are accurate, and will endeavour to work with our GIS specialist and Mr Edwards to ensure that these are spatially accurate. And any changes as a result will be reported back in our written right of reply. And secondly, just in thinking about whether the wording in accordance with the precinct plan and the rules should be removed or altered, we'd like to consider this in more depth. While recognising that the base hospital precinct plan largely just identifies and specifies height, the map does also signal other features, including main access points, indicative road locations, the helicopter landing points, parking and growth areas that aren't captured in the effect standards. So just moving down to Southern Cross, and to give the context of the evidence, they disagreed with a number of the non-compatible activities, seeking a discretionary activity status for entertainment and hospitality activities, business service activities, entertainment and hospitality, community facilities, multi-purpose activities, and educational facilities. They also disagreed with some of the effect standards, specifically some of the wording and the height in relation to boundary. Minimum building setbacks, taking back from 10 metres and 5 metres to 1.5, and some of the landscaping requirement on road boundary wording. So just in response to that, firstly, to the non-complying activities, it was beneficial to listen to Mr. Bennett's evidence at the hearing yesterday to understand that campus-style development and the integrated way that medical, surgical and health infrastructure needs to be designed. In particular, Mr. Bennett talked about the importance of co-location of important core healthcare services on site in a single convenient location. So in our view, the permitted activities of the hospital zone in association with our recommended recommendations proposed in the 42A cater for the co-location of these services. Those broad definitions encompass end-to-end services, including imaging, laboratory and diagnostic services, through to operating theatres and inpatient care, day procedure facilities, and all the way through to rehabilitation facilities, including gyms and pools and physiotherapy. But also activities such as healthcare consulting services, pharmacies and dispensaries, just as a few examples. We do note that the definition of major healthcare activity does include cafeterias and refreshment facilities ancillary to core healthcare services for staff, patients and visitors. And we would consider this would kind of cover off an ancillary cafe that Mr. Bennett was talking about. So given the above, we don't see a change to the non-complying activity status for the listed activities is necessary. And in our view, the definition of major healthcare activity and the medical and health services provides for that future development of evolving healthcare services as described by Mr. Bennett, and will cater for the ongoing efficient and operation of the hospital site. Just moving on to the height in relation to boundary wording. We agree that there could be some simplification of the height in relation to boundary wording. The wording could be a bit more specific about the adjoining zone name by naming medium density residential zone in that case, other than just referring to residential. And also the figure that's used in other zone effect standards would be useful for plan users in that context as well. Just moving on to effect standard 3, the side and road boundary setbacks. So in listening to Mr. Twigley's submitted evidence on the road and side boundary setbacks, we do take the point that it is somewhat contradictory to have very enabling special purpose objectives and policies and a precinct plan showing future areas, but quite restrictive effect standards that affect 30% of the permitted activity footprint. We do recognise that there is quite a difference between the proposed district plan 5 metre side boundary and the 10 metre road boundary setbacks compared to Southern Cross's 1.5 metre setbacks. So at this stage, we're thinking that there could be a reduction in setbacks, though we certainly think that the 1.5 metre is too far. We'd like to signal that we will evaluate this with our expert and include a final position within our written right of reply. However, at this stage, we'd just like to highlight the following points. So while Southern Cross seeks the same effect standard setbacks essentially as the surrounding medium density residential area, we did recommend increasing the height for the hospital zone in that case. So the height is no longer the same as the medium density residential zone. In relation to the road frontage and the spatial frontage space in front of the current Southern Cross building is attractive. So we would be concerned about decreasing a 10 metre setback and having the buildings 1.5 metres from the road frontage at that location. And just lastly, the hospital zone has no controls to accompany a 1.5 metre setback. So potentially there could be significant bulk and dominance effects along the zone boundary. And we've got no design guides or anything to help ensure good design. And just lastly, on the landscaping requirements, we'll just need to consider that wording and discuss that with our expert as well. And just a last point before we move on from Southern Cross, just about the height management areas map. So just as a point of clarification, the height management areas and precinct map are currently sitting as two separate maps as recommended in the 42A for the Southern Cross site. So just along that line of questioning by Commissioner Littlejohn yesterday, the height map is only referenced in relation to the effect standards for the maximum structure height, and it's the precinct map that's referenced in all other cases. I mean, it would be preferable for the Southern Cross map to include the height management areas within one single map like the base hospital does. However, from a cartographic perspective, it wasn't conducive to try and overlay that many layers with the height management areas shown on type, while still being able to be clearly and easy to interpret. So therefore, that's where the second map is used to show the height management areas. The other option to that was to rely on just describing those areas within the effect standard text. So for example, X metres away from the western boundary is area C or something. But visually mapping the areas was preferable as it set out clear expectations for the site and less prone to those interpretation errors. Moving on to tangata whenua provisions. So through the evidence presented by Ms Bellamy, we saw the request of a new objective for the hospital zone and strengthening of policy 9 from encourage to a more direct provide for Mātauranga Māori. And then the hospital zone also had minor amendments sought to clause 4 of policy 3, swapping identified for scheduled features, and a minor amendment to the building activities rule. So just in response to that, in relation to the objectives, policies and treatment of multi-purpose activities, quite similar along the lines of Jacob, after listening to that evidence presented today and the question time with commissioners, we had quite an open mind and need to reconsider the tangata whenua matters more comprehensively, not only just for the hospital zone, but for all special purpose zones. So we wish to give this further thought as part of the written right of reply. And similarly, just for that policy 3 amendments, changing the identified features to scheduled features, similarly as Jacob has mentioned, as we understand that elsewhere in the plan, reporting officers have made similar changes to the referred to scheduled items. So we agree with these provisions for plan consistency and agree with that change suggested by Ms Bellamy. Next, we've got the DHB and the Taranaki-based hospital campus. So the DHB accepted a number of the recommendations made in the section 42A. However, there was a couple of points of outstanding disagreement in their submitted evidence. One of those was provisions in adjacent zones to address reverse sensitivity. And also in relation to heights, the submitted evidence accepted the 42A to reject the blanket 31 metre height limit area and retain the notified height management areas, with a minor amendment to either amend that blue area B to match the consented east wing height or remove area B altogether from the precinct plan. So just in response to that, in response to Mr Edwards' relief sought to the general industrial zone policy 8, and noting that the general industrial zone hearing and the right of replies are now complete for that one, we would like to address this in our written right of reply so that the scope of the DHB submission can be confirmed and whether this change is appropriate, which we would recommend that if it is considered appropriate, then we recommend that it gets considered at that sweep up hearing still to come. Just on the second point, in relation to the base hospital precinct plan, there has been indications through the hearing directing some work between reporting officers and Mr. Edwards to amend or delete the blue area shown on precinct map to best reflect the east wing consented building, and at the same time ensuring those spatial areas on the precinct map are precise. So we could take off area B, but then it would be subject to the 8-metre height limit. The only thought about this was that it may not work in the hospital's favour if, for example, they chose at a later time to add another level. It may be better if we put on the consented height, but we could consider this further along with Mr. Edwards. So that kind of concludes our written right of reply, our verbal right of reply today, and the next steps will be a written right of reply to address those outstanding matters as referred today. But Lauren and I can take any questions.
Kit, do you have some questions?
No, thanks for that. Not on the matters you've addressed in the verbal right of reply. Do you? I mean, you're both experienced planners. Do you want to add into the debate we were having with Mr. Stenner about making sure that policies that go across the plan actually do achieve some of the broader objectives, specifically with respect to tangata whenua? You don't have to. I'm just inviting you to. You might not have a view on it.
I think it's something we need to go away and have a think about as a team. You know, I hadn't quite appreciated the mechanics. Like, for example, that use of the word provide versus encourage. I was like, okay, well, how is that going to work in practice? But then you made a good point about how it's not going to matter if it's all permitted anyway. So yeah, I think we do need to have a think about it, definitely.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough. I mean, I think one of the ways in which council did start this mahi, you know, in the right way, was to form the Ngāi Kapitiaki group and involved at the grassroots around the structure of the plan. And to some extent, there has been input there into what is going to be permitted. So there has been some involvement in terms of setting that threshold for activities that are otherwise going to be okay regardless of how they're done, and from a mana whenua perspective won't cause an issue. And then everything above that is the stuff we'd really like to have a bit more time and energy and involvement in. So it's not as if this is you know, a complete mismatch. I think there has been a lot of work at that front level. I guess from our perspective, we weren't involved in all of that work, and I guess we just have to take it at face value what tangata whenua tell us about the things that they still have issues with, as also being an implicit acknowledgement that they accept that everything sort of below that level is going to be acceptable. But then we've also got to bear in mind that some of the things they're saying to us are that you need to have a rule focus that's not just on the things that we have identified, but also on the things that we haven't. And so that is really where the battleground is to some extent in terms of how we address that.
Just as an FYI, I've been involved in the view shafts chapter in the commercial and mixed use zone, so you wouldn't have sat on those, Commissioner Littlejohn. But in there, I do have some requirements in there about referring to cultural experts and tangata whenua as cultural experts. And we have got a bit of an inconsistency throughout the plan as to how some of those chapters are referring to that. Council officers accept that they are cultural experts and require input into the plan, but it's how we've written it that's not quite consistent. So in my right of reply for commercial and mixed use zones, I'm likely to recommend that this all goes to the sweep up hearing, where we make sure that wherever we're referring to it in the plan, that it is consistent how we refer to engagement and consultation with cultural experts.
Yep, no, understood. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Ashley, I think you'll probably be pleased to know I don't have any other questions. Very clear summary. You know, doing these verbal right of replies on the hoof like this, particularly when you don't have much time to reflect, is not easy. But I think you've done a good combination of giving us some of your thoughts and directions, and saying where you do need to do some further thinking and analysis. So thank you for that. And actually, I know this is your first hearing, I think.
Yes, it is. Made it through.
Yes. So you've done a fantastic job. Like, I can't say enough about the support we're getting from the staff team and introductions of a number of planners. Jacob, I think you were first. This not your first hearing today, but in this forum has been the first hearing, and it is a great learning ground in terms of planners needing to think deeply about these issues in 42A reports, and then be prepared to really think on the fly, just using your experience. So just want to thank you for your efforts, and Lauren for supporting Ashley in the way you have. It's been great. So I think we'll finish up, but for the first time, I think I had a snafu at the start, and we didn't start with the karakia cases. So it's been a very powerful day in terms of tangata whenua evidence. So I think it would be really appropriate, Casey, if you could close with the karakia for us.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. We'll go. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia I te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia māma, tinako, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatū, koia rā I rongo, wakairi ia aki ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. Hau pai mariri.
Thank you.